Oh boy, oh fuck, oh shit, oh boy, oh fuck, oh shit. Why am I so bad at being prepared? Being fully prepared. Boom. There we go. There you go. Medication. See, I take them. Yeah. Hey, TB, it's been a while. Ah. Ah. Nope. Headphones. Got him. Hold on. There we go. Unwrapped. Unraveled. You know, was that about the current bitrate? Lower than the recommended bitrate, huh? What should it be? 2500. Okay, I can bump that up real quick. I can bump that up by 1,000 real quick. There. Apply okay. Crop. Chat. There. Oh! Very professional work here, don't worry! So we ended section 2 with 94 Pokemon, and then ended the stream by getting Pokemon number 95, Sableye. So that we didn't forget later. Also, I thought I had a second Skitty prepared, but the one I saw was the one we were going to evolve. Okay. On Route 112, we have 2 new Pokemon. First being Fanpy, or first being Meditite here, and the other being Fanpy. Oh. Oh crap! I forgot to. Oh crap! Oh crap! I don't have Sceptile with me. Whoops. Just in case. I figured. Don't poison! You want to sleep. Let's meme, why not? Wait, no. There's a much better. What am I doing? There we go. And 33 rather than 37, 38? One of the two. And immediately teleport back real quick. Grab Sceptile. Bag. Default goes up there. wish they added the option of worst to best.
MDB posted an illegitimate run then you need to fix. He gave up at level 95.
Was it the Mewlax in Pokemon X? Cause I can't stream Pokemon X.
Yeah.
Gabby. Alright, Gabby in town. Don't have time for an interview, sorry.
Where did you find a Meditite?
Route 112. According to I'm following a guide by Mewlax for all the encounters. and actually it also notified me of an in-game traded Mauville that I missed in my initial playthrough. A Whismur for a snow wrench named Nippy. I suppose that's one way of making a nice hype early. Available early.
Oh wait. This is Emerald Legacy.
What, did you forget? What? What did you really think I was going to go vanilla and just do regular Emerald? No, we actually got you all the way back in section 1. In-game trade in exchange for a Shroomish. I actually did use that trade in my original playthrough. Okay. Oops, got Oh, violent. Ow. Ah, there's the other Pokemon, Fampi. Oh, back up. hyped. Pick up another Ultra Ball. They are absolutely peachy on Pokeballs. God. Well, maybe this is fine. Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely. There are only 33 Pokemon in this section, and in the next section, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 9, 10 Pokemon. So yeah, if we don't finish the section this stream, then the next stream we will absolutely be able to finish both it and the next section. Hang on, hold on. This doesn't count as cheating on the. This doesn't count towards the. This doesn't count. This doesn't count as cheating on the Professor Oak challenge. I just need to do this for. This is just easier for me. This is just a little bit easier for me. Can power electric. Okay. So I guess I could have used that. I guess I could have used that for you on Talo. Let me do that real quick. God, 55 nuggets. I am good on money too. Nope, my Pokemon real quick. I was gonna put you in the center, but there. Double camera up, rocking this joint. .33 in prison. When does Gardevoir get psychic again? Doesn't have confusion, right? Oh, you do. Oh, you do. Okay, that's perfect. Don't really care about Mind Reader. Hold on. Hold on. It's gonna bug me if I don't check. I don't take the time to check. That's that. 36. Okay. So, same level as a starter. Same level as when our starter would evolve. I need to use the bathroom. Why do I already need to use the bathroom? You are an absolute jackass. You know what? I'll just get the catches and... No, I'm gonna... You know, I should teleport back. Shoot. Ooh, a penny. I'll be right back, guys. Oh my god, that was awful! Ian, you still here after all that? Alright.
Why happen?
Hell in the bathroom. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just save state so that we don't waste too much in-game time. Oh, hold on. There is actually something that I do want to do real quick. I'm actually gonna move Nomo over here real quick. You have again, Flame Body. I probably should be catching these. There we go. And I'm actually gonna save state right now. I'm actually gonna save two save state. And this Lugma has Flame Body, so I'm actually gonna be using you for experience then. Okay, now we're too strong. Hello? I should probably be at least somewhat efficient, I guess. Machop. $28 and then $38. Wait, what a... Wait, why am I doing that? I have... I have Sceptile with me. Why am I doing it like that? Whatever. I have to step forward by 1, by the way. I don't know. I don't think he has something stretched right now. I'm gonna play it safe. Double checking. Hello, Will Monster. I should probably put these guys something a little bit different. Hold on. You know what? There we go. That's gonna be. That's gonna be my. That's gonna be my. Those are gonna be my Pokemon. That's gonna be where I put my new catches. Why you're stalling? You can't dodge yawn. I am indeed sometimes called Jay, little monster. What about it? Just Torkoal and Slugma left. But I do want a very specific Slugma. Of course there's... And of course we're saving Slugma for last. Oh, stop! Don't crit! Stop critting! Oh, thank you. Okay, just barely. Hold on, let me heal up on over here. Right, now I'm gonna make 2 save states. Slugma got a massive buff. Not just a... more specifically because its air level was reduced from 38 to 27. I did want Magma Armor, right? Yeah, okay. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Whoa, what the hell?
Yo we du comite de documents à la France NCE début d'année prochaine du projet ETK2 la France et à la maison et de tout la famille vos ETJENE me souviens du projet en Zichuan.
What the hell did you just say? Hold on, let me boot, hold on, I need to boot up, let me boot up Google Translate. We of the documents committing to France at the beginning of next year of the project, and that you are there, France, and at home. And of all the family, yours and I do not remember the project as well as A. The fuck does that even mean? Oh, I'm a little bit off. There we go. Yeah, okay, yeah, I did. It's a high crit ratio. Ah, neat. None of the... Raspberries, Pecha berries, raspberries. Ah, it's this guy right here. Jesus Christ. He's just spamming.
Kai Vokako. Kai Vokako la photo de votre
What are
part
you-
et de votre
I can't
part les
understand
recevoir
you!
your l'expression de photos de parents. Kai oui du comite de tout urgence veille les news contacter au sujet de on stage n.
Grab secret power. Shut up about the secret bases.
Sorry, I have a headache, RN.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Does this lady always give me a raspberry? I should probably look into that. Hang on. Spicy and fry, okay. I didn't know this initially, but apparently they've actually removed the whole... But apparently they've actually removed the sheen limit. They've actually removed the limit. They've actually removed the limit of the Pokeblock limit, like in Oras. Oops. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. God damn it. Hold on. Alright, Route 113. Sorry, Ian, but you can't listen to your music yet. We've got to get some. We've got a couple of Pokemon to pick up.
EU du contrat et la France et de SES destinataires de J-Espera.
Stop spamming, please.
Face orange frowning hand pink waving face green smiling 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 face green smiling.
Yeah, that's been long enough. Oh crap, I'm still on box 14. Alright, Sneasel. Not gonna lie, after changing the shiny to be the default, after changing the shiny to be the default of my hack, and having the original Gen 2 color as a new shiny. Seeing the actual colors of Sneasel looks really bizarre to me. Come on. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Have a great ball. Okay, fine. Have an Ultra Ball. Wait, I could have used Karate Chop. Come on, give us our last one. Come on, there's one more Pokemon. You know, maybe I should actually be making progress as I go. That would probably be, I don't know, efficient. Oh yeah, here's something I learned about. Now the jackass won't cover up the item. Go. Nugget about it. Wow, this is a rare counter. Snowrunden's been the. That's an interesting side combo. That's an interesting duo. Oh, right, I actually do need... If I recall correctly, I actually do need to make the main three flutes. I still don't have revives. There you are! Jesus! Where have you been? Actually, I'm gonna save real quick. Get you a little bit lower. Hey! Alright, fine. Jesus. All these guys go over here. I did remember to heal up, right? Yeah. Can I buy revives yet? Thank you, Jesus. Grab 20 real quick. And while we're here, we can also sell some stuff. Ah, crap, I shouldn't have sold that. That would have been useful for Tyrogue in the post game. Then sell a couple of these nuggets. Grab Roar. Grab Dig. Water Onyx. Ow. Into powder. Sensory, perfect. Why did you safeguard? There we go. Right, and 35. That's when it'll. So that's when it evolves. So I can just extra sense or not. Viper! Ow. Hold on, let me save real quick. Teleport back real quick so that we can... So that we can save or revive. Since it's not a... Since that wasn't a trainer battle. Ah, thank you for coming quick. Thank you for coming right away. Good enough. Oh no. Pineapple berry. Suppose I might as well pick this up. I'll talk to you about Pokemon. My old babysitter Rose, I believe. Hey, if you happen to be watching this, Rose, hope you're doing well, girl. My Pokemon! You really just supersonic me? Oh, God damn it! Why are you facing down? Full experience. Full experience for Minotite. Not self-destruct, oh my god. Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, oh, wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? Actually, you know what? Actually, I should wait. Well, I guess since I'm here, I might as well move you two. Ah, there you are. I'm gonna put on I'm actually gonna put on not repels. Let me save just in case. 108 already, wow. Oh, damn it. Fluff. Hold on, looking ahead real quick. I am gonna need 5 moonstones eventually. There's one right above me. Well, not right above me, but over there. It's over there. I'm also going to need sunstones. And that one is up there. So, looking ahead. When? And healthy, this one's strong. Two. Okay, I only need 2 suns. Oh, okay, I only need 2 sunstones. It's wonderful. There is not a lot of Pokemon that require sunstones. Anyways. Come on. Come on. And I'm gonna quickly save. And I'm also going to... up a... Oh, with a world word document. Okay, so alright, there's right off. So right away got our right away got our first moonstone. Well, soon to be second. Technically second. What do you mean can't escape? God damn it. Yikes. And I do not have a smoke ball right now. Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. Actually, Dean, that's actually another Pokemon that we need. Wow, we are... Wow, really? We're that strong? Hold on, let me, revive Swallow just in case. Why did it freeze? Thank God. This is why we make saves. This is why we make the occasional save. Okay, let's make one right here just in case. There we go. Save just in case. I'm not using Sweet Scent, by the way, because... I'm not using Sweet Scent, by the way, because... Because that actually bypasses our repel. I'm actually gonna turn on battle animations since my brain technically can't. And for some reason, my brain can't understand if I can't necessarily understand if they've actually triggered. If it's not. God damn it! I have compound eyes. That. Maybe. These. Alright, there's the second sunstone. Ah, crap, I forgot to take it off. God, that was a waste. God, that was a waste of a potential moonstone. Yeah, get rid of that. Save state, just in case we freeze again. Run away. Are you fucking kidding me? Asshole! I didn't mean to run! Oh my god! I'm just gonna hope that Compound Eye still works if the Pokemon is fainted. Because I don't remember if it does or not. I know it has an infinite fusion. We do have one reason to... We do still have one reason, though. The repel doesn't work anymore. Stop giving me Soul Rock! Give me Lunatone! Thank you. Where's the last encounter, by the way? There is a specific reason why I chose level 20. Ow. Might as well pick this up. No, I don't need any more Sunstones. I have enough. Alright. Moonstone number 2. I mean, Moonstone number 3. Five left? 4, okay. Pop an Ether on Thief real quick. Let me, do that. There we go. My brain can easily comprehend up in L1. There's the last guy! There's the little guy. Bygone. I'm gonna let me say just in case. I'm not even gonna bother trying to go over once. Ultra Ball. There we go. And we're not even gonna nickname him because we have the 30 rare candies to skip his grind. Thank you. And actually, you know what? Actually, now that I'm here, I suppose I can cheese a little bit by increasing Ninkata's level. Just gotta get past all the errors real quick. Leave your phones on Pokemon. Okay, literally just one level is fine. There you go. And still not gonna evolve because otherwise he'll lose Compound Eyes. Now we are absolutely guaranteed to get Silrock or Silrock and Lunatic. Alright, there we go. One more left. 12, okay, we are absolutely good. Grab this. Suppose I could have given you more. Suppose I could have also given. Suppose I also could have given Mariana another level or two. Just to help ensure he had speeds, but nah. Wake up, lazy boy. There we go. Whew. I'm gonna teleport back real quick. Because this one already has, as we already have one right here. I'm gonna put you away for now because we will need you again because we will eventually need you again. I can't believe I found this little guy. Now, what moves do we currently have? Right, me or Twister and hit, but okay. Okay. Bag on. Wait, there's bag on. Hold on. Yeah, close that. It's a Shelgon at level 30. And then into Flygon at level 50. Why? Why? Let me just remind you guys. Let me just say it quickly. Just in case you guys get any bright ideas. We can't do this until we beat Winona. And because of how the challenge is all set up, we can't actually do that until the Winona is. We can't actually fight Winona until she's the last fucking gym. Winona is the last fucking gym leader. Right? Anyways, using our evolutionary using one of our sunstones as well as 2 of our moonstones, we can evolve. Using our new evolutionary stones, we can get Gloom into Blossom with the Sunstone. Skitty. Into Delcatty with the Moonstone. And Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff with a Moonstone. You will eventually catch another Gloom, get Vileplume, but that's gonna be future Johnny's problem. For now, Kurt Johnny is gonna remember to talk to Scott. And then get back to before getting back to progress. Dingbats. Now, Emerald Legacy does add this little quality of life thing. What else I could have done first? You know what? Screw it. Let me make a save because I didn't show it off before. Okay. Anyways, it's basically just a quick shortcut back to Fall Arbor. But I'm actually gonna take this route. Anyways, oh, there is Moonstone number 5. like that, I did the joke. Laugh! Laugh! Ah, damn you, laugh! For some reason, I thought I read that For some reason, I thought I saw that it. Yeah. Yes. Hard skill. Like perfect. Like the perfect amount to get minutes height. Into Metacham at level 33. Like, I guess I'll just get started on Slugman now. Up. While I'm over here, I completely forgot to take out these fellas. Seriously, what was Game Freak thinking locking these guys behind cut? They're not that much higher level than the ones before. Stop using sand attack. Oh crap, I forgot to turn battle animations back off. There we go. That was a bit of a time loss. Alright. How about now? Let's actually get a second Skitty for the future. How about? There we go. Done. All swipe. Go, go. And you know what? Let's just repeat. And since we won't really get the opportunity otherwise, let's just use the repeat ball. Alright, while I'm over here, let me put these two in the PC. Since they're both male, we won't have eggs to waste our time. It won't give us eggs, that'll waste our time. Those who had that the other way around. I should probably go heal up. I probably should heal up first, actually. Excuse me. I guess we'll give you Yawn. We do have a couple more encounters coming up. Okay, fine then. And let's heal you up in case we get in case there's a rogue pursuit. Ah! There we go. Grab the meteorite. Oh god, I should probably heal. Oh, back up. I forgot to grab pickup anyways. If that's not pickup. Let's try that again. We'll heal it up. Yikes. Alright, we're here. Alright, we're over here. And we're gonna grab Mel. We're gonna grab Mel real quick. And deposits wallets. This is the exact reason why I wanted a Slugma with magma armor. Because magma armor and flame body stack. And Camerupt has flame body. Wait. Oh. There's no more. Oh. There's no Pokemon here in Dragon Pass? There's no Pokemon to get in Dragon Pass? Alright, Slugma into Macargo at level 27. I said no. You want to. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna set my teleport spot right over here. Hold on. So they're both 1. 19 and 17. Bringing up the notepad again. Let's see. So Grimer needs 18 levels, and Coughing needs 17. Okay. Let me just shrink that down real quick. I'm gonna shrink that down. Alright. Their lights boink. Like, very late. Oh crap, I forgot about pickup. Alright, got the dust. Or not dust, the set. Wow, poor Kindler Jeff didn't realize that Slugma got to evolve at that level now. I actually want to use this. Fanpi's probably like, and I helped! And I helped! Jerks. Come on. Kecleon. I don't want that to go on Kecleon. That's great. Huh, I think I have this. How's the egg? It should hatch soon. Okay. God damn. You know what would be a neat touch of this? If this room also stacked with flame body, if this gym also stacked with flame body and magma armor. Or maybe also Fiery Path. Hasn't been long, but how are these two goobers doing? Still only one, huh? Actually, wait, there is... I do actually need to... There is actually one more trainer I can fight, but I need to grab the Mach Bike. God damn you. Well, it should be fine. Sorry, epileptic people. I chose to walk my way over here because I do need to, because of both daycare and the egg. It's about to hatch. There we go. Alright. Back to the acrobat, because I hate this. Because I hate this goddamn thing. Ah, perfect timing. There's why not. I'm just gonna nickname it A. It evolves to level 15. I especially hate the mock bike because sometimes it counts. It will count as bumping into a wall twice. Up right here, actually. 2, and 3. Okay, my grinding spot is it's actually going to be Route 113 for now. As I do need to get a bunch of soot. As I do need to grind up soot. These Pokemon are, these duplicate Pokemon are at so much higher levels than when I first caught them. Wish the guide would point out. Hey, I wish the guide would have pointed out. Hey, you can get them. I wish the guide actually pointed out I wish instead of just, hey, you can get. I wish the guide said, actually showed the range of level, all the Pokemon on the route and the range of levels you can get them at, instead of that. Well, that you have it already, of course. Instead of being, hey, here's a Pokemon you can get right now. Hey, here's a Pokemon you can get right now. To think of it, I think I skipped the trainer. I think I actually skipped the trainer on this route. Because Meditite fainted. And I didn't have revives yet. Jesus. I suppose. I need to teach Gardevoir needs a non-psychic move right fucking now. Here. Dun, 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 dun. We're almost at psychic. This is an interesting rate. What's gonna happen first? Are we gonna get... Will we get Psychic on Gardevoir? Fanpy into Donphan at level 25? Or why not into Wobbuffet at level 15? Wait, was it level 15 or 16? No, one of the two. Yeah, I need the blue, yellow, and red flute. I'm gonna go bottom to top. So... Oh wow! Really? It resets as soon as I enter. Forget that. $19.94, $2.53. Ah, there we go. Why not? Why not? Into Wobbuffet at level 15. And perfectly timed. Fanpy. Into Donphan at level 25. Oops. Actually, now we'll lose spot. We'll lose spot first. No, pick up. Oh yeah, give you this just in case. Oh, another pickup. Ow. Asshole. Alright, hold on. Stop doing that! Blah. Why? Why? Pick up. get rid of Lear real quick. Dumbass. Really? That still counts as contact? Wait, I have guts, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so I'm fine with this burn. Come on, ethers. I'm starting to wonder if the burn is actually a hindrance. Because I swear we were able to... Because I swear we were one-shotting Spinda before. Ow! Damn you. Why do you always do that? Is that enough for the red flute? Awesome. Okay, 106 more for the blue flute. How many for yellow? Double pickup. Wait, I should be... Wait, let's start with this way. I know you want your I know you want the song. I know you want to listen to the song. And TV. But I'm just trying to go fast. I keep forgetting to grab pick up. Jesus Christ. I'll give you that just in case. Why do I need a crit for the spin death? What? Thank you. You know what, screw it. You know what, screw it. Back to... Seize Gardevoir. Oh, so I beamed to two-shot. Awesome. I'm so close. Another rare candy, awesome. Damn you. God damn it. That's all the set. That's all the set on the round. That's all the set on the round. We're almost at our beloved psychic. You are an actual piece of fucking garbage. You know that, Finda? $1870 before we get the sign kick. Written. Can you stop doing that, Scummery? Please? Been a while since we've run into a Vampy. Okay, there's the yellow flute. Oh, 66 more to go. Awesome. There we go. Pick up again. $22. Let me just quickly double check. I don't need the black or white flute. Yep, I only need those 3. Okay. Okay, let's get... Okay, no. Okay, you don't need to come back here anymore. been a while since we... These guys, 4 and 5. Okay. Nope. Lots of pickup. I don't think rematches are made to be available. Oh, Roxanne is available for a rematch. Still needs to wait and watch it, apparently. Oh right, I also have a new trick house puzzle to do. Just in case. Stop using recover Q. Alright, there's a bunch of extra experience. Alright, there's a bunch of extra experience. Get out of here. I just like to imagine Machop just took that Nakata and went and just did what Kerchak did to Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1 after being played. And just went right. It takes Second Road, but I'll go this way to get the mixed encounters. Revenge, perfect. Oh, right, I almost forgot. They added a start option for the moves. Allows us to see priorities. Wave mail? Double pick up super potion, regular potion, super potion, potion. Harbor mail. Ah. Ow, okay. There we go. Oh, let me heal up. I'm gonna get side beamed. Or double teamed. Bro. For potion. Timer ball. Oh, there's an item here? Oh, yeah, okay. I forgot if I actually grabbed it. Oh, I gotta make sure I double check for all, that I actually do get all the, that I do actually get all the heart scales in the overworld. Oh. I got the item over there. Maybe I should have made a spreadsheet or something. Five and 6. Hold on, I gotta go pee really bad. Shouldn't be as bad as before, though. We're gonna have these back here. Alright, I'm back. Oh, it's just as I thought, not nearly as bad. Hold on one sec. All right. Before I switch back, I'm gonna turn off the audio for VBA. Come on, mouse. There we go. Go, place it there. Just so that I can double check. Actually. Oh, can you see me? Yeah. Hey, look! There we are! Also, hi, ToyStory.exe. But that's something you didn't think you would hear about in a long time.
Indie horror is in a really weird place right now. Have you ever tried to go onto Itch.io or Game Jolt for horror games recently? There's either absolutely nothing new, a bunch of garbage, or games that aren't even horror. I feel like we're in this rough patch of indie horror where a bulk of the games are short, uninspired VHS, PlayStation styled streamer bait. I'm not trying to knock people who make free horror games, but you gotta admit that this genre is getting oversaturated. I love indie horror and horror as a whole because of the sheer variety of things that people manage to make scary experiences out of. Signaling for aliens, being trapped in an art museum, running a phone hotline, tomatoes. Creativity can be brought out in the journey to scare my pants halfway across the country. You can come up with anything, and if done right, it can create an effective horror game. Like, could you imagine a platformer about a funny cat inspired by creepypastas that actively messes with your computer?
Yeah, we only have 5 more Pokemon.
This may match exactly what I just said, but I'll talk about this game instead. Gardevoir, the wall-jumping, biscuit-eating, fourth-wall-breaking, weird rock with teeth-having son of a gun. The series was created by Mango Key, who went by Tamago Iku back in 2021 when the first game was released, The Adventures of Gardevoir. It was a submission for a game competition called the Luigi Kid Creepypasta Challenge 3, which I actually got to judge one of these competitions this year, so this is like Destiny or something. That one game spawned multiple entries spanning the course of a few years. But what started as a creepypasta Luna game-inspired contest entry turned into something much bigger and more quality. So, in 2023, Mango Key decided to scrap their work and start fresh. They began remaking their series, starting again with the adventures of Catto Boy, and finally ending in 2025 with the release of Catto Boy Forever. Thus, according to the creator, finally putting the Catto Boy series to rest. But we're here to defile that cat's grave, baby. I want to take a look at the entire Catto Boy series. Not just the new games, not just the old games, but everything. Despite the series only being half a decade old, there's a lot to cover here. Including the spin-offs, there are roughly 15 games in total. 6 new, 6 old, 2 spin-offs, and a Christmas special that'll blow Rudolph out of the goddamn water. This series weirdly means a lot to me. When I posted my first Catto Boy remake video a few years ago, it really helped me skyrocket to where I am today as a creator. So, in honor of 200,000 subscribers, my 100th public video, my 6-year anniversary of Toadbup, and the fact that I am now in a different house. This place kind of sucks right now, but I'm gonna fix it up, I swear. Let's cover the entirety of the fourth wall breaking horror series, Catto Boy. We'll be going in order of release when talking about the games, for the most part. You'll see what I mean later on. And the patient zero of it all is none other than the adventures of Catto Boy. Not this adventures of Catto Boy, that adventures of Catto Boy. Now, to my knowledge, this was the most recent version of the game I could find. If you want to get even older than this, I also have a copy of the earliest version of the game, and it's essentially just the same game but worse looking and more bare bones, so no need to really cover it. All you need to know is that this picture of Catto Boy is really funny. After the game tells everyone with anxiety to buzz off, we reach the title screen. Get used to a warning plus title screen combo, it's in every game. In this game, you play as none other than Catto Boy himself. You know how when you get so used to someone's username online that you don't even think of what said name is anymore? That's how I feel with Catto, because if I had absolutely zero prior knowledge of what this game was, I think that this was a lay epic Reddit millennial wholesome chonkers game. Remember when everybody used the word doggo? I haven't heard that word in years. God damn it, I relapsed. On to the game itself. It consists of platforming where you have to traverse a level collecting biscuits to complete it. Biscuits, huh? Yeah, my favorite midnight snack is a giant gradient square too. I can't get enough of those, I guess. Now, this is the formula for almost every Catto Boy game. A platformer where you need to collect something to advance where you play as Catto. I'll make sure to mention if there are any gameplay changes moving forward, but I can tell you now, this has the worst gameplay hands down, if you can even call it that. If you thought the horror elements were the only thing that this game got from the .exe genre, you're sadly mistaken. All you have is moving and the ability to jump. In later installments, you get so much more, but for now, it's just the absolute bare minimum. So that's the crux of Catto Boy. Jump and collect. Great, great. Let's talk about the other stuff. The first level, Spring Hills, is basic yet still somehow annoying. If you fall from a platform, you have to restart the entire level because there's no way to climb up that high. No enemies, no real obstacles, nothing. There's a very meticulous path to get to the biscuits, but that's really it. The next level is more of the same, but it's orange now to indicate it's a sunset. I do like the music throughout the game, but until we get to the remakes, it's all taken from Sega and Nintendo, so not really a point towards the game, I guess. I also accidentally did the jump of despair and disaster. Whoopsie. The last level is more of the same, but with a slightly different theme. But this is where it all changes, because on the third level, right before you complete it, something appears to go wrong. The game glitches for a bit, closes, and the creepypasta starts to flow freely through the game's veins. If you've watched one of my previous Catto Boy videos or you've played one of these games before, you are no doubt familiar with what I like to call the Catto rule of thirds. Here's how it works. So the first 2 levels of the game are normally hunky-dory, right as rain, but then the third level is where things get a little scary. Now granted, some of the later games do mess with this formula a little bit, but just so I'm not going through every single level beat by beat, I'm not going to be covering every single level beat by beat. Otherwise, the entire video would be me going, level 1 is good, level 2 is also good. Is that the fucking devil? Kato's biggest horror and story asset is the meta horror or fourth wall breaking. If you're unfamiliar, that's when the game will interact with or acknowledge the player in some way. For example, if you were playing Mario Golf and it Mario Golf super rushes 10 million volts of electricity into your body. Okay, this game doesn't exactly do that, but it does mess with you. Everything's all glitchy and corrupted, including both of the menus and the game itself. Make your way to the end of the now corrupted level, and don't you dare go into the corners of despair and disaster. There's a lot of despair and disaster in this game. Making it to the end nets you a bouncing window and another game crash. A new level's been unlocked though, the night level. Now, these levels might all just be retextured variants of each other, but I like these colors. I'd recommend not touching whatever the hell this is though. I am genuinely scared. What the fuck is going on here? You know the drill. Run to the end through the glitches, something scary happens, and this time it's some sort of distinguished gentleman. And his friend is here too. Oh boy. The next phase of the game occurs, and don't forget that this game has loud sounds. Trust me, I've noticed. I've also noticed that you shouldn't quit the game at this point, because then WD Gaster bounces around your screen. There's not much gameplay-wise to talk about for the rest of this game, although after braving the tunnel of question marks, you can collect another biscuit. Man, it's been a while since I've seen one of these. Oh my god, Gaster, can you fuck off? What was that? The game goes full evil mode after this, even turning Kato into the same gentleman from before. It's once again just a walking simulator until you inevitably crash one last time. I also hadn't figured out capturing these games properly at this point, so whatever text was here didn't get picked up, sadly. Let's just imagine it said, "Congratulations for winning, here's your prize." Now, it's a very strange prize, but it's the thought that counts. The game finally ends with a code that translates to dead, meaning that Kato Boy has suffered an unfortunate fate. Oh, and of course there's rocks with teeth because, yeah, of course there is. And that marks the end of the adventures of Kato Boy.
Why the hell not?
It's kind of fun to talk about. How many of these games do I have left again?
Too many.
Gonna need some more squares. Now, if we're rating this game as a creepypasta game, it's actually not too bad. There's some actual platforming and goals you need to achieve for one, and the fourth wall breaks can be cool. And it's a unique concept in the grand scheme of creepypasta and EXE games. However, if we compare this to other indie horror games, yeah, ignoring the obviously cheesy creepypasta images and completely unrelated scares, this game just isn't good. All of the levels are essentially variants of the same thing. It might not be a straight walking simulator like other games of this kind, but it's not much more than that. Not to mention that it's not a very pretty game. The weird combination of regular ass pictures with the pixelated art style is just so jarring, and not in a good way. And who gave this cat lips? That's just not cool. Overall, this game is pretty rough, and it's just a passable fourth wall breaking horror experience. But this is the first game in a long series of biscuit munching and blood curdling, so it only goes up from here. Because in 2021, Kato got his grubby paws on our hearts again with the release of Kato Boy's Bizarre Adventure. Okay, title wasn't kidding, this is just straight up based on JoJo. And if you like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you'll love the Stone Ocean fruit flavor at GamerSupps, which you can use code TOADBUP for 10% off of your order. You know, I heard if you use code TOADBUP, Jotaro Kujo will appear in your room at 3 AM and then bounce all over the place like the windows in Kato Boy. As with every new Kato release, there's some new things added from the last game.
I
For
love
example, there's an
GamerSupps
info
sponsorship.
button now. I'll need that to learn whatever the hell this thing is. This is the first addition to the Cato cast, Big Boy, another reoccurring character in the series. He needs your help collecting his pearls that he dropped, and surely, absolutely, positively, with no doubt in my mind, will this guy make you collect anything ever again? If he does, shoot me. The platforming hasn't changed much. There's the inclusion of pits now. Is that what you wanted to hear about? It's really just more of the first game gameplay-wise and not much else. The story is where it's at though, and Big Boy needs you to collect pearls 2 more times after this. The Cato rule of thirds kicks in, as after Big Boy thanks you for collecting pearls, he gets all hyper-realistic and your game crashes. Unlike the first game, this one doesn't try to hide the horror aspect at first. I mean, the first game was all glitchy before it got all bloody, but there really wasn't any of that bloodiness in the first act like with Biggie over here.
Let me go.
Back to the game, it lets you do 1 more level and then evil Big Boy makes that gross ass noise again before closing your game. This is the perfect place to point this out, but these games are really annoying to capture footage of. You can't just capture the window because then you'll miss all the fourth wall breaks and whatnot. But if you do a whole desktop capture, whenever the game goes from window to full screen for a jump scare, which it does a lot, it does not load in on OBS. Thankfully, I found a workaround after getting through like 5 of these games, but that means for some of them, you're experiencing the jump scare through a still image that I put in manually. Ooh, scary. Cato Boy goes further into hell as everything's all gray and sad now. Also, you can kill him. This is the first aesthetically distinct level of both this game and Adventures, putting you in a graveyard theme where you collect bones. Is it just a regular level with a gray color palette and tombstones and nothing else that makes it distinct whatsoever? Maybe, but after that you get to walk to the right for a minute. One trick these games like to use a lot is reading your computer name to give you a scare. Okay, so Cato and I are on a first name basis. What's so wrong with that, huh? Was that who I fucking think it was? The next few levels are standard collectathons again, but this time with brains and hearts. But that's not the important part here. The important part is that you can analyze a very important detail from these levels. At level 28. And that is, whoever the villain of this game is a loser. Have you ever seen that one picture where it reads, when someone starts Twitter beef, one person's bound to start talking like Sephiroth? Yeah, that's this guy. I am eternal. The immortal don't die. Oh, Marco, I like your style. Why aren't we bullying this guy? I'm not sure if it's intentionally all grandiose and edgy, but I'd bet that it wasn't, at least not at first. You insist? Impressive. Stop it! Okay, that's better. After a fake out happy level, the game boots up an anti-piracy screen? I thought I was done with these things. I do like the 3D Cato though, an early example of Mango Key's good 3D work that's to come. Evil guys being evil, and someone eventually comes to your and Cato's aid, telling you to check your computer files for a hidden code somewhere. While the first game may have introduced the meta elements, this game really helped in introducing more fourth wall breaking stuff like this. The world reverts to normal, evil entity seems to die, and the game comes to a close. That was better, I guess? I did like that it leaned more into fourth wall breaking, and that it introduced more of an actual story. It'll need a few games for that story to start actually picking up steam, but for now, it's okay. Even with that, Bizarre Adventure has a lot of the same problems as the first game. Lackluster gameplay, cheesy horror, repetitive levels and scares. It's just not good. It's technically a step in the right direction, even if that step was 3 inches forward and into a giant bloody-eyed cat that I hate. But just like the first, this game's just not good. It didn't take long, as just a few months later, a new game had released again that probably fixed all the problems of the first two, and probably wasn't more of the same. Cato Boy Journey to Catoland was also released in 2021, and this game was big, real big, like double the length in recording big. In all seriousness, this might have been one of the most popular points for Cato as a series. Now, the first two got some coverage too, but this is when I feel like I saw the most people talk about these games. Quite a few YouTubers were covering Journey, including High Show Speed. He weirdly played a lot of creepypasta games back in the day though, which is kinda cool to see such a big streamer play these things. The story this time around is that Cato wants to go to Catoland, obviously. And also obviously, you need to collect biscuits for Big Boy since he's dropped even more this time. One new addition to the game series is the ability to choose your own name rather than having your computer one be read. This is a really nice touch. Not everyone wants to be doxxed live by Big Boy, so it's a good quality of life change to the series. Not much different with the initial levels, but the platforming is improving. It's still nothing great, but you can tell Mango Key was starting to learn better level design. Nothing of note here until the legendary Catoland approaches. Tip. Where am I? Me and you both, brother. After Catoland, the next level is...
6 and 6.
Okay, no need to be so crass about it. See, I told you Big Boy was an asshole. He doesn't even have bloody eyes. He's just saying that for the fun of it. Cato Rule of Third strikes again as you're given an evil Catoland to now navigate through. Game crash, loud scream, jump scare that doesn't pick up on OBS. It's all pretty standard. Except when you try to open up the game, the evil entity begins speaking directly to you. Another classic Cato Boy trope, moving your mouse around the screen. You can't see it because I didn't have mouse capture on for this one, but I swear they're doing it. And they swear that they can do far worse. They just don't feel like it right now, I guess. Anyways, the game reopens and you make Cato off himself. Cool. When reopening the game again, you're in this weird blue area now. Not sure how this place is supposed to be scary, but I found this dog. This level is a nothing burger, but the jump scare at the end is pretty unforgettable. Listen, I get that the weird WD Gaster is my wallpaper now, but what was with the red bug that killed me? Is that the entity? Is that his minion? Who was that? And it's never explained. Why is there a bug? In these games, every now and then, a note can appear on your desktop. Listen, Cato's will is cool and all, but the note on the desktop thing gets a little old, especially when you have to manually check and open like 12 of them. For some reason, fourth wall breaking games can't reach my actual desktop, so they go to the one on my C drive. That's like an extra 3 clicks for me. I'm way too lazy to do that. I'm a YouTuber. Boot up the game again and... Wait, that's not right. Now, I have played this game before, but the first time I did play through it, I did fall for this fake out. And after that level, a bit of the gray shake, and whatever the f this is, you're back to some good old walking. It's hard to write for portions like this, because really, what's happening here? Cato walks to the right, gets jump scared. Area changes, jump scare, repeat. At least after a few more short walking portions, we do
probably
get some
grab
more
the rear
story.
candy side deposited in the
Cato
PC
seems to become aware of the last few games, as he starts to question why the entity keeps doing this. This is also where you become a part of the story. Yes, you right there. Sorry, buddy. Looks like you have to be slaughtered alongside Cato now. The entity is an absolute bitch, though. The second Cato pushes back on the evil speech the entity is giving, they just rage and restart the game. Another fake out level, this time mimicking Bizarre Adventure. And when you get to the end of the level, there's a jump scare of... Oh my god, it's the bug again. Why is it the bug? You're requested to find a code on your desktop to proceed any further. I guess the entity is testing you? Who knows? But now you get to explore the hub world and run into a strange black cat. They also appear to be able to open text files just like the entity, and they want to help you out. This is Minori. She's another important character within the story of the games. I also thought she was a bad guy before I played through all of the games. You can see this error on my classic Cato Boy lore board that's been rotting in my closet like a cursed object. Minori helps out for about 3 seconds before the entity's like, "Who the fuck was that?" and decides to put an end to things once and for all. The entity also likes to swear quite a bit, by the way. It's just like, come on, man, there's a comical amount of swearing in these games. Pace yourself a little. As Minori begs for mercy and apologizes profusely, the entity breaks the screen, and then the words "I'm sorry" pop up all over the place. Like, damn, okay, you're sorry, I get it, just please stop crying about it. But through the indomitable cat spirit, you can continue on in the game and fight the will of the entity. The game tries to stop you from time to time, including a jump scare that actually got me a little bit. I really like how he moves into the screen like how the title screen does it. But even then, right before the entity could put an end to you and the funny feline, Cato asks himself if it's all just a dream, and then he wakes up and it's all okay. That's it? Journey to Catoland is another important stepping stone to developing this franchise. Besides the weaker ending, it improves on everything from the last game. Okay, I gotta get back on this ending. I mean, you build up both Minori and the player as a force that can aid Cato, but then you make the solution to save the day be, "Oh, you woke him up from a bad dream." It's a bit of a cop-out. Some of the scares were a bit more original, less creepypasta images this time around. Even if that original scare was the dumbass bug, it's still original. The story is also an actual contained story. It might not be the best story in the world, but it's laying the groundwork for something bigger and bolder. I'd also like to note that a lot of indie horror games like to do that good old game theory shit where they make a bunch of secret codes and all that stuff. This game doesn't do that, and I appreciate that so much. Cato is starting to lean off the horror elements a little bit more with each game, and this is also seen in the next installment. That's the only game that gets an intro, don't ask for any more. In the year of Cato, aka 2021, the quest for frozen tuna was released. These games were being put out pretty fast, which is probably why they all feel so similar. But frozen tuna is the biggest jump in quality so far. Just look at how long this warning screen is. That's how you know it's good. It also really bothers me that the Q in quest is lowercase on the title screen and no other word is. Now with actual dialogue boxes and cutscenes, you can find out this game's story. Big Boy explains that he's heard rumors about a frozen tuna relic buried deep within the earth, and he wants you to go collect it. Even Cato knows this big asshole asks him for favors all the time. Oh, right. The levels are all still just average platforming romps, but there's a few additions to make things much better than before. More engaging level design, moving platforms, buzzsaws, spikes, and the best one, wall jumping. This sound may drive me crazy, but wall jumping is the best addition to this game so far. There's also a ranking system now. It's pretty much useless at the moment, but it'll let you brag to your friends about your frozen tuna scores. A good score can also help you cope when your friends make fun of you for not updating your Cato lore board. These new levels won't blow your mind or anything, but goddamn are they refreshing after 3 games of nothing but recolors and more recolors. These trees in the jungle level may look like Dookie, but they're original Dookie. Instead of biscuits or pearls, you have to collect fragments of gems so that you can enter the frozen tuna temple. Do not collect the banana. Cato hates bananas.
You don't like the banana.
Once you finally reach the temple,
okay,
you have to
jeez, I
explore
won't
the
do
place
it
until you find the fabled fish. Now that you've got it, you can leave the temple. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. After Cato realizes he's stuck and swears just a little more, a giant cartoon boulder runs him over as a new note on your desktop implies his death. It's actually really funny to think that Cato died because of a boulder and not because of anything that the entity did. But once again, it turns out it was all just a dream
Kato
and
was already
Kato
dead.
wakes up. Nah, I'm joking. They're not pulling that twice. After Big Boy traumatizes you, he sends you to the evil chessboard dimension and hits you with a checkmate. But instead of Kato just obliviously going through the torment like usual, something new happens. Kato catches on to the loop, which is a pretty interesting evolution in the fourth wall breaking themes and the mechanics present in the game. But not before the game can crash and spew nonsense over text boxes. The entity finally makes itself known here. And it's not like a monster of the week type deal between all of the games. There is just one person, and they are Kato's biggest hater. The entity is hell-bent on tormenting Kato on loop, murdering and glitching and murdering him
that
out
Ice Cat
like
Gnome?
no other. Also, they really like to use Big Boy as a vessel for some reason. Like that time the entity decides they're done with Kato and go after you personally. Wait, what? What do I have to do with this? I've got some torture for Mr. Bupp. Kato Bupp? Nah, Toad. Big Boy entity chases you through the scary chest dimension where you've really gotta move. The platforming's not difficult, but they are fast and they are also a sore loser because even if you do outrun them, they do all of this. I don't even know what that is, man. As is tradition, the title screen's all glitchy and evil. In my game, high scores are redundant. Can I rot already? Thrown back into the cave temple area, Kato finally confronts the entity. It's called mindfuckery, kiddo. Oh my god, just send me to the next level. Even when it's a fake Big Boy, he's still having you collect items for him. I did accidentally break the game at this point, but it was kind of funny. So as Big Boy was turning all evil and scary, I guess I was able to walk away, which reset the dialogue. So he kind of just had to stay there and shake for a little while he went through all the dialogue again. One more Big Boy chase scene as you jump out a window to escape him, I guess. Must have been the window of pure anger because the entity just freaks out so hard after this. The game does give you a breather after all of that though, and lets you explore the Kato village before continuing. You're actually introduced to more characters: Hissy Boy, Bouncy Boy, Floaty Boy, Emo Boy, and my personal favorite, Melty Boy. Guess what he does? The entity is just absolutely flabbergasted at this point. They even straight up admit that they're out of ideas. Even Kato's had enough and starts looking at their book. Don't look at their book, Kato. Everyone knows not to look at their book. I really like the line that says "fuck task manager." That's just that's so funny. Why is that funny? This is another big turning point for the story, as we finally learn more not only about the main antagonist, but about our role as the player in all of this. So while we're a filthy real worlder, they all live in the Kato world, aka a phase world. The entity wants to destroy all of these fake phase worlds because it's funny, I guess, but for some reason they can't destroy this one. So instead they decide to destroy everything in it. That's basically the same thing, but whatever. Anyways, hit me with a kitty jump scare, some rapid mouse movements, and a sayonara, and that's how you destroy a phase world, I guess. But don't worry, you could just keep bugging the entity until you come back to life again and stand up to them. But all of a sudden, a text box pops up to help you out. No, it couldn't be. Minori? Holy shit, what a twist. As JoJo music blares in the background, Kato and Minori prepare to erase the entity for good, saving this phase world forever as Kato
got some copyright
thanks
now.
you. Oh, also you could get a bad ending if you got caught by Big Boy during an earlier chase scene, or if you delete Kato's file instead of the entity. You know what? I agree with Minori on this one. Sorry guys. And that was the quest for the frozen tuna. Bit of a step up from Freaky WD Gaster, I can't lie. Frozen Tuna was a very ambitious step in the Kato series, and it paid off well. Not only is the platforming actually somewhat entertaining now, but there's an actual plot and new characters and secrets and alternate endings and no evil bug. Not to mention that there's actual level design at play here. Hopping between different shades of the same stage got real boring after a while. Frozen Tuna is the clear indicator for when Mango Key wanted Cowboy to be more than just a little horror game. It expands upon plot threads and ideas from past games and helps build this world and how it operates even more. Now, this game still isn't great, the dialogue and horror are still cheesy as ever, but it's improving. There's once again much less creepypasta images, and from here on out, the game starts to become more original. Well, except for the music, but you can listen to Knuckles' Chaotix. It's time we move on to the last game in this Cowboy hexology of lore, Cowboy and the Legendary Fragments. My patience is in fragments with Big Boy, if you know what I'm saying. He has you collect stuff in this game too, doesn't he? This is the big one. You know why? Because of one simple thing. They rounded him out. Can we have a moment to pay our respects to the cubed Cato sprite? Rest well, my old friend. In my opinion, this is the best game out of the original releases. Sure, the last game, Village Quest, does some things better, which we'll get to. Legendary Fragments feels more like an event, a proper finale both gameplay and story-wise. Just the title screen shows this off. Not only does everything feel way cleaner and more quality, but the info tab shows that there's a lot more to do this time around. Let's claw our way into it, shall we? An intro movie reveals that many a years ago, 6 whole fragments were scattered across the island the cats live on. These fragments were put together to stop a beast from another universe who threatened them all. But the beast has returned to terrorize the island once more in the far-off year of 2025? Oh god, the entity's been real for months. Anyways, collect the fragments, you know the deal. The hub world is the most lively it's ever been. You've got characters like Bob, Stupid and Violet. Violet's pretty chill. All they want is a hard hat instead of the blood of Cato. A nice change of pace if you ask me. The gameplay has once again been updated. Unlike the more subtle changes that the last few had between games, this one's a biggie. You not only have enemies now, but an attack. In the grand scheme of platformers, this actually isn't that much, but in the grand scheme of Cato games, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. The new level design is actually challenging for the first time in the series, and it's not just because I'm bad at platformers, I swear. Pearls aren't essential to collect this time around, but now they function more like rings in Sonic, except that they don't drop when you're hit, which is annoying. Every few levels, you have a little bonus stage to complete where you have to collect all these trinkets for the big man. And once you do that, you get one of the 6 fragments. So this asshole's had the fragments the whole time and forces me to collect things if I want to save the island. Hey, guys gotta earn a living somehow. However, it's not all great, because it's not just the pearls that operate like Sonic, the lives do too. Which means yes, even though there's a save system, you have to restart from the very beginning if you die. Granted, I was pretty reckless when I lost all of my lives, so that is on me, but come on now. You can't have a whole ass save system and then pull this chicanery. But it's not all platforming, it's also perjury. This game breaks the tradition of the Cato rule of thirds, and the 7th level is when things get all cattywampus. You eventually come across this dead Cato when the game bugs out, and gives you another anti-piracy screen. I don't know why I laughed hard at the skeleton cat, but I did. From here on out, the solid gameplay is no more, and we're back to creepypasta and lore territory. The next level is your classic evil, scary walking to the right, but at least there's obstacles unlike the other times this has happened, and I even got a perfect grade. This level marks the return of the entity, and they immediately get to work. Game crashings, fake outs, bouncing around the screen. We're home, Cato. We're home. It's clear that the entity is going all in this time, messing Kato up and then trying to go in for the kill way earlier than usual. At least we got another fragment. Look at the positive side, Kato. Come on now. It's really just more scary levels and fourth wall breaks until we get back into the story. Here's a quick highlight reel. My wallpaper got changed to a red skull. The game told me there's no escape. I had to navigate a glitchy purple tunnel. The entity said, "F you," in front of the red skull. An evil skeleton jump scared me, and now I'm in Eyeball Central. The game is objectively scarier now, but it really just feels all over the place with what's shown on screen. I get that the entity is the reason we see Kato get killed here, but then why do they change my wallpaper into a bunch of spiders? It's a lot better than the random creepypasta images from before, but not by much. All of the spooky shenanigans are eventually too much for Kato, and eventually he's just taken out of the picture. But of course, that means one thing. Minori is back and needs our help to get through this madness. Assist her with the codes and doors and have her navigate through the corrupted world, so that eventually you can destroy the entity once and for all and bring peace to the entire universe.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, at this point, they better reveal Bob as an omnipotent god because I don't even know what to do anymore. With Minori and Kato both incapacitated, who's left to fight? Well, it turns out that it's not Bob who's the omnipotent god, but Violet. Violet explains what's going on again as Kato regains the knowledge of Minori, the entity, and the player. It seems like Kato does retain a little bit of info from the last few phase worlds, but at the same time, he doesn't remember the fates of said worlds. Violet gives us a refresher on the entity's goals and powers, telling us that once again, we need to take him down before this phase world gets tooth-rocked just like the previous ones. So, with Kato ready to defend his world and the entity at the pinnacle of their power, it's time for the first ever Kato Boy boss fight. It's just okay. Now don't get me wrong, I'm happy it's here, but it's just a little annoying. Since you have to swipe at close range, you've always got to get close to them, which means you're gonna get shot point blank, fall on the spikes, or just be hit by them because they too can hit you if you touch them. Which means that it's a 50-50 shot you'll be damaged if you land a hit. Thankfully, the game recognizes this too and gives you a bunch of health potions on the floor. Damn, the entity's gotta be so pissed if they didn't notice the actual rows of health on the ground. As you damage them more and more, the attacks become more intense as you finally deal the last blow. The fragments you collected before combine because it turns out the beast mentioned in Legend was the entity, I think. Anyways, doesn't matter because the entity is now defeated. And I'm not saying defeated like the last few times where they just come back immediately. I'm saying defeated. As in, you'll never have to see that damn bug again. Minori thanks the player for saving the universe as opening the game up one last time rolls the credits. Door into Summer from Knuckles Chaotic strikes back, baby. And that puts an end to the story of Kato and the entity. Was it a great story? No, but with each entry, the story was actually built up. New characters were introduced. The villain was elaborated on. It acted like a series of video games. You'd be surprised how many games don't do that. A lot of fourth wall breaking horror games like this, especially in the creepypasta or EXE genre, don't explain their fourth wall breaks or really why they're happening. While it might not be fair to compare Kato Boy to some of these games since it's a series of games rather than a quick one-off scary Sonic adventure, Kato did originate from the EXE community. Legendary Fragments is an example of something I want to see more of in horror. a full-fledged original horror game that utilizes elements from the EXE genre. Now, a lot of EXE games have problems, 42 minutes worth of problems, but I think that an original horror game that utilizes the EXE genre effectively would be so damn cool. I mean, there's some good stuff out there on Game Jolt and whatnot, but those are all based on Sonic and Mario and Dig Dug. You never get to see people be able to make profit off their worth, or be generalized because of the stigma of EXE games, or even posted on a bigger platform like Steam. A good, original EXE-inspired game is something I've been craving to see someone take a stab at, and I think that's exactly what Legendary Fragments is. Especially when we get into the remakes, but we'll talk about that later. With all that being said, Catoboy and the Legendary Fragments is the best game so far. It's got better gameplay, a more elaborate story, and more fourth wall breaks than ever. I wish there were more enemies and obstacles than just the cat with the gun, and the horror was prioritized a bit more than gameplay, but you could tell Mango Key wanted to make more of a game rather than a horror game. But this next game is way more horror based than platforming based, so ignore the last few sentences I just said and gorge yourself on my Village Quest review, you masochist. Released in 2022, Catoboy Village Quest is the last mainline game in the original Catoboy series. Remember, if you're under 13, get your ass out of here! Village Quest is a very interesting game because it doesn't continue the story from Legendary Fragments, but rather starts a new one. It feels very out of place as the last entry due to technically being the last game, but I'm sure that wasn't intentional. This was one of the last things besides an unrelated spin-off release before Catoboy went on hiatus and got a total reboot, so I'm sure more was planned originally. But enough thinking about what could have been. We've got Village Quest and Village Quest only. You have to live with that. The story goes that you need to find Big Boy's biscuits, and also some other various gizmos and gadgets. This game's more of a return to form for the Catoboy series. No crazy overarching stories or boss fights or anything, just pure Cato platforming and collecting. Not too many changes gameplay wise, except that the attack was removed, you now have a heart system, and you could do a little dash. I like these changes enough though. I think a health meter works best for a game like this, especially since the Pearl system last time was kinda wonky. The levels feel more polished, the background graphics and sprites don't look like MS Paint anymore, so those are some pluses. While it doesn't have as much going on in the gameplay as Fragments, it makes up for it in better level design and aesthetics. But as I mentioned before, there's a reason this game is simpler gameplay wise, because it focused on something else this time around: horror. Now you might be thinking, Toadbup, you stupid dumb idiot moron, Catoboy is a horror game. Okay, maybe you aren't thinking that exactly, but Cato's kind of been leaning more into story and gameplay with the last few entries, rather than horror. So while it was still implemented back then, you can't deny it wasn't simmered down. Village Quest turns up the horror to levels I've never seen before. No, really, I've never seen this before, and frankly, I'm a little worried. The classic Cato rule of thirds makes a triumphant return, as after this ice level, you're met with an empty area with only Big Boy. Get me out of here, please, Amiko, I'm begging you! Some sort of shadow creature catches up to you, hits you with the red rings of death, and the game crashes. Now listen, I know it sounds like I was complaining earlier about this game being more focused on horror, but I think it's a neat idea. It'd be like the opposite of Legendary Fragments, giving a little treat to those who enjoyed the horrors of Cato more than the gameplay. With that being said, the horror in this game kinda returns to its roots in the EXE genre, but not in the way you'd think. I'll elaborate on that when it comes up. The game's all sorts of messed up as you have to, once more, navigate a glitchy area. At least he's having a good time. All I've done is collected a black biscuit and had a stroke. Unfortunately, Cato sins caught up with him, as after traveling for a bit, you're dragged down to hell. Sorry, Cato. Who would have thought hell bounces your window around the screen? A game crash occurs, and this is my time to mention that I had to record this one in a virtual machine, so it might just be a little bit slower than the others. It just wouldn't run on my main computer for some reason, but this ended up being a really good thing in the future. I'm grateful that this rotten cat corpse didn't function right. The next few levels are a little scary, a little spooky, and have you collecting hearts.
Oh god.
Now, are you a fan of Sonic.exe? If you are, I need to ask you a question real quick. Look very closely at this image right here and tell me if anything seems familiar. I'll give you some time too, just a couple seconds. Are you finished? Good. Now you may have noticed just one little thing. This is the same kind of level that was in Sonic PC port, down to the flower eyeball. And if you didn't notice, hand over your Sonic.exe card. Yes, you. I know you didn't know what it was. Okay, thank you for not fighting it. You'll be getting this back at the end of the day. Once again, Kato was always kind of in that EXE territory, but this time it's a bit noticeable. Besides the PC port-esque level, a jump scare from Sonic EYX is just straight up copied at one point. Now, am I looking way too deep into this and it could all just be a big coincidence? Maybe, but I don't f around with Sonic.exe. Everyone knows you have to be professional with that guy. After the painstaking collecting process, this new entity does, I forgot he did this, what the hell? And traps you in a maze of evil for a bit. You'll eventually get a note that tells you to put this patch file into the game folder, which is kinda cool, but what's not cool is that the note was actually made by this new threat to trick me. Wait, on second thought, why did I blindly follow what that note told me to do? Kato gets that EYX jump scare I mentioned before here as well. Tell me that's not the same thing, come on. But as you may have figured out, this new entity reveals that it's not the entity from the past at all. Like I said, that guy's donezo. This is a whole new threat who's not only more efficient than the entity, but doesn't talk like Sephiroth nearly as much. This is Torment, and Torment's way cooler because they let you play this little top-down Kato game, and I like that. It might be a new perspective, but it's still just collecting things to advance in the game. Like I've said a few times now, not much gameplay-wise to this one. I do like the idea that you're collecting pieces of a code to enter debug mode though. That's a really cool concept in this game. Using the fact that it's a video game to escape torment through a debug mode. It's little fourth wall breaks like this that make the game cool. It's not all just smiley face jump scares. The safety only lasts so long as torment chases you down. Now, I'll be honest, I fumbled this chase scene hard. I totally expected this to be something I could redo, but nope. If you fail to escape Torment, the game is over and Torment wins. Like I said, this guy is way more efficient than the entity ever was. Only took him one game to destroy everything. And when I say the game is over, I mean it's over. Because it then shuts down your computer. What the hell, man? That's my SpongeBob tester. Thank God I was in a virtual machine, because if I had lost almost an hour of footage, I think I would have cried. If you manage to escape though, as Torment traps you in place, you can reset the game with a real patch file, and it's finally all over. Or is it? This is why the game feels so weird as a finale. It's either, oh, Kato is dead forever now from this random ass new villain and the world is destroyed. Or that guy might return, but it's normal for now. Definitely could have used more of a finite ending, but also could have used less big boy. So we're all suffering here, alright? But that is the end of Village Quest. Once again, a bit of an oddity of a game. On one hand, I love the lean into horror and how much more put together this game is. And on the other hand, this was kind of boring. I think it is the second best game in the original series, but compared to Legendary Fragments, it just didn't sit with me as well. Maybe if it was a bit scarier, because I do like the idea of Village Quest and Legendary Fragments being kind of like contrast to each other. I give this game a broken Kato out of 10. On to the next game. Huh. The Kato series had a lot more entries that were in the works. There was Kato Boy and the Titanium Biscuit that started development in 2022, which was supposed to be a non-horror entry in the series. This confirms my theory that Mango Key wanted to do more with Kato outside of horror. There was also Katarina, which also would have been a not horror Kato Boy game with online elements. It was clear that the Kato Boy series wasn't done yet, but over time, as the older games were what the series was seen as, Mango Key wanted to change that. They wanted Kato to have a fresh start, to really show the quality of game they could now make. And so, in February of 2023, the fateful day occurred that we refer to as the Mass Big Boy Extinction. But before we get to the remakes, I want to do a quick little segment talking about the various spin-offs in the series, and because this video is already so damn long, it's gonna be quick. I call it the quick segment about spin-offs because I don't want to talk about them for that long.
Quick segment about spin-offs because I don't want to talk about them for that long.
There were a total of 3 spin-offs available to the public. Kato Boy Christmas Special 2021, Kato Boy Trouble in Loveland, and Doggo Boy's Fantastic Adventure. Let's start off with the Christmas Special because it's the shortest and least original game of the bunch. This game is exactly what the title says it is, a Christmas 2021 special, nothing more. Oh, but look at his little silly Santa hat. It's Christmas in the cat village and Kato was eager to celebrate. For some reason, his sprite is weird now. Like, it's good, but there's no black outline, which makes him really stick out next to the others. Really, all you could do here is talk to all the residents about Christmas, my melting man included, of course. And this lasts for about 12 seconds, as after you leave for the village, things fall apart pretty quick. Game crashes, yet another skeleton wallpaper. This franchise loves its skeletons, by the way. And you get one last scare before being left with an ominous message that reads soon, and a link that leads to an image of a fragment. This was obviously just made as a little thingy for Christmas and a teaser for legendary fragments. Nothing really to say here except it does not bode well for this game when I rank everything at the end of this video. Now you might be thinking to yourself, is it fair to rank a 3-minute Christmas special on the same scale as every other game I'm talking about? Well, answer me this. Was it fair for God to melt a cat into the fucking pavement? Didn't think so. Next up is Doggo Boy's Fantastic Adventure, which released in 2021. From what I've read, this game was made as a way for Mango Key to take a break from Kato Boy and just goof around. Doggo Boy is essentially just a bizarro version of Kato Boy. You play as Doggo, which please reference what I said at the beginning of the video about the word doggo, and it's very similar to an early Kato Boy game where you've got to collect things. The game eventually gets all glitchy and evil, and it does also break the 4th wall. Although it does do something kind of cool when you reach the end. It opens up a bunch of command prompts, and I think it pretends to delete the game, maybe? Also, why is Aoni there? Doggo doesn't have nearly as much luck as Kato though, as once this strange entity catches him, who I believe is the same entity who was after Kato, it's over for this fella. Does he get a mysterious stranger to help him or a second try at life? Nope, God forbid this dog gets a happy ending. Trap him in the spikes for all eternity immediately. Not really much I could say about this game. I do like it more than some of the oldest Kato games, but that's not a very hard bar to pass. And the last spin-off and last release before the series reboot is Kato Boy Trouble in Loveland. In this game, you play as somebody who goes on dates with Kato Boy. Do you see what I do for all of you? I don't like this. I've seen this cat get grinded into a meat patty. The last thing I need to do is date him. Also, he's a cat. Why am I dating him? Okay, technically it's to have a friendship with Kato, but don't beat around the bush, game. The game is called Loveland, and my character is trying to get with this cat. You cannot convince me otherwise, and I don't like it. There's 2 reasons this game exists: as a joke and as a way for Mango Key to try out Renpai, a visual novel engine. It takes heavy inspiration from Doki Doki Literature Club, another horror visual novel. And hey, both Kato and that game break the 4th wall, so this is a match made in heaven. You go on various dates with Kato, having to make a decision every now and then, and I really don't want to go through all the story beats here, so I'll summarize this as best as possible. You get to know Kato more and more, and eventually his friend Big Boy. Hanging out, eating a lot of cat food, nursing Big Boy back to health, you know, the usual things you do on a date. He mentions not having reproductive organs at one point. I didn't need to hear my silly little guy say that shit. The dialogue is just kind of weird. It's generally okay, but it just feels so weird. Everything's just so weird. I don't know. They cry a bunch. Some of these conversations just don't feel natural. And then having to see Kato and Biggie act and have routines like normal people is just not right. You do get a plush of Minori at one point, which is kind of cool. I want a Minori plush. What the hell? Mango Key, you better make Kato plushes and sell out one day, I swear to God. There's also a CG every now and then, which is cool. But the music and game idea isn't the only thing taken from Doki Doki. Finding your friend dead in their room is too. The Kato rule of thirds doesn't exactly apply here, but either way, things still go pretty horrible and everything gets scary pretty fast. Some of these jump scares did get me though. I think I just assumed since it's a visual novel it wouldn't have those, but man oh man was I proven wrong. As the world begins to corrupt, you and Kato are pulled out of the crumbling reality. What? What? The entity is revealed to be behind this whole thing. Who could have seen that slick bastard being behind this? He makes fun of Kato for being in a romantic visual novel, which, fair, and Kato gets pissed off. This is like the 6th time that he's died. Similar to Doki Doki and previous Kato games, you've then got to delete the entity and all is right in the world. Now, depending on how you've treated Kato, you can actually get different endings. There are somehow 12 whole endings.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Listen, I got 2 endings and then I hard locked my save data somehow. I'm stuck on this screen. There's actually no way I could fix this. There's no way to get out. What I did was I deleted both Kato and the entity file at the wrong time and it just broke everything. Even when I reinstall the game, it's still this. Wouldn't be a Toadbub video if I didn't irreversibly break one of these games. Kato Boy Trouble in Loveland. I don't want to talk about this game anymore. It was okay, I guess. It was cool to see different attempts on the Kato Boy formula, but it's clear that all of these spin-offs had their faults in one way or another. Doggo Boy was probably the best one, but at its best, it's just an okay Kato Boy game. Spin-offs weren't Kato's cup of tea, and that's okay. If anything, they made the already huge series feel a little bit bloated. Think about it. This is a game that had 6 mainline entries and 3 spin-offs in the span of like a year and a half. That puts FNAF and Garten of Banban to shame. But that's alright, because as I said, in the year 2023, the mass big boy extinction occurs. Every Kato game out at the time was delisted, as Mango Key simultaneously announced a reboot of the entire series, starting with a remake of The Adventures of Kato Boy. Now, at the time, and I'm unsure if the sentiment has changed or not, the creator was very against any re-uploads of the old games. This was because they obviously didn't represent what Kato was anymore, and that's fine. But I personally, in my opinion, do not agree with how against re-uploads they were. I will say I do get it. If you're the creator of something and don't want your work re-uploaded, you should respect the wishes of said creator. But you gotta understand that archiving games is pretty important, even if they're just goofy creepypasta games like this. No, you know what? Especially if they're goofy creepypasta games. You know why? Because not a lot of people archive those types of things, which leads to probably hundreds, if not thousands, of these silly horror games just being gone forever. All media deserves to be archived, good or bad, for anyone to learn about and enjoy in the future. But it is what it is. If Mango Key doesn't want them re-uploaded, then there's nothing wrong with that. If you find a way to play the old games, have at it. I personally just DM'd them and asked for copies of all the games, and then found like 1 or 2 others off the Internet Archive. But no need to live in the past though. This is 2023. This is the year the Adventure of Catto Boy remake came out, old man. This was a complete turnaround for the series. Completely original, reimagined from the ground up Catto goodness. That cost $2 whole. Oh, my bad. 2 AUD, not USD. If I had to pay that extra 70 cents between you and me, I would lose my mind. It's at this point that I recommend you do go and play the games for yourself before watching this. The remakes do cost money, but you can buy them individually, and it's like 20 bucks if you get all of the games, which is honestly a pretty good deal. $32 if you include Catto Boy Forever, but that one's pretty different and you'll see what I mean when I get to it. The link to get the games is in the description. So anyways, here's the thing about the Adventures of Catto Boy. I've talked about it twice already. You know what? I'm just gonna have someone else tell you their opinions on this game. Believe it or not, I'm not the only Catto Boy enjoyer who someone foolishly gave an audience. Take it away, guy known for only liking Catto Boy and definitely nothing else.
Thanks for that. Anyways, before I start talking about the cat game, I know you guys have one burning question. Why is it impossible to name a Windows folder any of these? On this channel and my own channel, we've covered a whole load of games that take your personal computer, chloroform it, kidnap it, and force you to pay a ransom in cryptocurrency or else you end up losing all of your files. But as Toadbop has probably stated in this video ad nauseum, this game is a very special case because it attempts to have a story spanning multiple games. First though, we need to go back to where it all began. The Adventures of Catto Boy. When you open the game for the very first time, everything seems normal. I mean, come on, it's par for the course of a child of the .exe covenant to start the game looking all cutesy and normal in order to prepare the audience for the horrors that lay ahead. It's that false sense of security. As for the actual game, Catto Boy is a simple collectathon platformer. Again, it's a horror game, collecting things is in its nature. But this is where things are different from the dumpster of the executable files of old. Catto Boy actually has engaging gameplay. One of the most common issues with creepypasta style games is that
engaging
we really
gameplay.
got duped into thinking the pinnacle of horror was just press and hold the right button while music plays until a spooky image shows up. Wait, no, that's not right. Let me fix that. Catto Boy actually has a significant moveset. Granted, it's not much, but at least you can jump and wall jump. Yeah, Toadbop's probably gonna mention the other movesets later. As the player, you're tasked with collecting 5 biscuits scattered around the map while avoiding hazards. At the end of the level, you get given a grade based on how fast you completed it, with the highest possible grade you can get being an SS. The levels get progressively harder as you continue playing through the game, culminating in the 3rd level. You thought you had it easy, huh? Well, here's a bottomless pit. Doesn't seem bad at first, does it? Well, how about singular tile platforms? If you make a singular mistake, that cat is dead, and you have to start again. Notice how the game seems normal to begin with. Most creepypasta.exe games tend to forego the rules of the game it's parodying to introduce things like hyper-realistic blood or weird stretchy faces extremely quickly. Catto Boy is different because it takes a little bit longer to get to that point, but as a wise man once said, the 3rd level's always when shit gets fucked, for real, cuz. I keep it on. After completing the 3rd level, the veil is lifted and things start going wrong extremely quickly. Now you have to play the whole game again! This time though, the game acts as if it was developed on Source and you alt-tab. Tiles start glitching, the music gets worse, and you eventually encounter a version of yourself with no face. After this point in the game, this is kind of where it falls into typical .exe game fare, as the scares start coming in a little bit more frequently. One thing I didn't mention that I found impressive was the fact that each time the game crashes and you reopen it, you're basically playing a new version of Catto Boy, with the warnings getting more unhinged the deeper you get into the game, to the point where it just ends with The warnings also set the stage for future installments that Toadbop will talk about later. Catto Boy also reveals one of its other tricks up its sleeve by finding the 4th wall and breaking it. I mean, it is a child of the .exe covenant that I mentioned before, so there's a checklist it has to go through to be approved, including but not limited to a cutesy menu, the rule of thirds, the game knowing the name of your PC to scare you, and a jump scare that happens when you think the game is closed. Those ones are always fun. The last major level in Gardevoir decides to put your platforming skills to the test. Before this point in the game, there was little to nothing to write home about with regards to the gameplay, as the structure of the original levels are entirely lost to make way for the scares. But they come back with a vengeance, as not only are you blessed with bottomless pits and single tiles to jump on, but they're also off screen, forcing you to be patient as you're sliding down the walls, as dying at this point in the game will reward you with an Alt F4. Hurting Gardevoir is a lot more intense in this part of the game, by the way. Just compare this harmless sound to this. All in all, though, The Adventures of Gardevoir is an interesting take on the creepypasta/.exe/fourth wall breaking horror game subgenre. It takes a lot of the tropes that are normally synonymous with .exe games, such as messing with the window, disguising the true nature of the game under a cute and marketable layer, and the obligatory spooky image that shows up towards the end of the game, and spreads them out throughout the duration of the game, adding engaging platforming gameplay instead of a hold the right key until you die simulator, and making the game interesting enough for players to want to go for another run with the inclusion of a grade system and a timer. The most underrated thing for a horror game to do is make the game enjoyable to play even without the scary elements. And this is just the first of many games in the franchise that Toadbup is going to cover the rest of, because it only gets more intense from here. Anyway, I think that's it for my allocated segment. I'm gonna go bounce now. Thank you for lending me your time and energy, and if you made it this far, make sure to remind him in the comments that he's got to check the invoice that I sent him!
I'm sure whatever he said was great. You can go watch my original video about the game if you want a more in-depth review from me, but for this segment, I'll only be talking about the main differences between this version and the original. Most noticeably, the assets are now completely original. You can't charge for Knuckles Chaotix music, so you've got to make your own. Trust me, I've tried. The game controls much better this time around. It's not too floaty, not too stiff. You've got the wall jump this time around. It's great. The premise is still the same. Collect biscuits and then things get scary. All three levels are somewhat unique and are actually a little enjoyable to navigate now. The horror is definitely toned down a bit in this version though. Not nearly as much blood or jump scares or gaster or anything. It's carried through unsettling imagery and moments and a little bit of atmosphere. Okay, fine, and a jump scare or two. Don't forget the fourth wall breaks. This game still loves to open up text files, text boxes, and say the fuck word. Made with disgust. Well, damn, I didn't think the game was that bad. There's also some new levels, like this underwater one, and a black and red spiky platforming area. It's really similar to the original game in plot, but it's the journey that's mixed up a little. Also, I mentioned it in my last video about this game, but I love the 3D models in this game. I don't know what it is, but they're just so fun to look at. I wish I could make 3D models half as good as these. I can't make 3D models. The biggest difference is probably the endings. We all know and love those sedimentary Snow White chompers, but this time there's two whole endings to choose from. At a certain point, you can choose to either pick up this biscuit or leave the area you're in. Picking up the biscuit nets you the bad ending where Catto falls forever and you're stuck in this melty cat land. Wait a second. Melty Cat? Oh my god, it's him! If you choose to go back, you wake up in Catto's house and all is well. Well, not really, because there's like 5 games left, but Catto doesn't need to know that. My thoughts on this game haven't changed too much since my first video. I think in an ideal setting where you go in completely blind, it's a fun horror game. The fourth wall breaks and scares are solid and don't overstay their welcome. The gameplay is just engaging enough to not leave me bored, and I think it's a great reimagining of the first game. I will say though that it does get repetitive at times. The glitchy levels are just the first 3 levels, but glitchy, and there's a few times where it just becomes the dreaded walking simulator. But this game is pretty alright. I'd let it drive my car and watch my kids. Not Tedious Pearl Hunt though. That would make a horrible babysitter. Later that same year, the second new Cowboy game was released, Tedious Pearl Hunt. Might not seem familiar at first, but it's actually a reimagining of Cowboy's Bizarre Adventure. Because, I'll be honest, I don't think they'd be able to legally sell this. I also made a video about this game last year. I think it's just a tradition for me to talk about Cowboy once a year. So again, go watch that video for a more in-depth review, because I can only make so many jokes about hating Big Boy in one video. But hey, we've still got 4 whole games left to do that. Just like Bizarre Adventure, you've got to collect pearls for Big Boy because you won't believe it, he dropped them again! Just do it. Just do it. Get it over with now, please. No real changes gameplay-wise. However, the key to jump is now X instead of Z. For some reason. Although I do like that the chat boxes are back to characters to talk with. There's also a new character introduced, Cheese. Cheese is just actually way cooler than Big Boy. He's polite, kind, green, and understanding of Kato's frustration. Why aren't you friends with Cheese instead? Anyways, the music is banging, graphics are goated. I'm feeling on top of the world right now. Ugh. Even Kato starts to call out Big Boy on losing his pearls so often. I actually do not see a reason Kato is still friends with this guy. I mean, he's not even that cool. Alright, I'll give it to him. That was pretty cool. Blah, 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 rule of thirds, the game's depressing now. I read this warning screen out loud last time I talked about this game, and I really want to do it again. This game should not. This is a huh with... If you are huh, the game cannot. Please read your will. God, what a masterpiece. The graveyard level looks a lot nicer now, and so does the level after. It's really nice to see these games in a more revamped graphical style. Want to hear something funny? After I finished all of the gameplay for this video and most of the script, a little update came out for, oh, I don't know, every single Cowboy remake. Not to mention that the first 2 games got complete graphical overhauls to match the later entries. Yeah, I'm not playing through all of them again, but I'll throw some footage of it up right now. I'm just not too happy about this. You think Mango Key was just waiting for me to be done with the games and was like, you know what would be funny? The entity, similar to Bizarre Adventure, gets more of a speaking role in this game. And of course, that means more witty one-liners like, "You have more putrid human brain cells than I thought you did." The entity only says that though because you chose to go up instead of down in this level after the graveyard. I'm not sure what this has to do with my intelligence, but after going down and seeing this, I think I'll just go up from now on. After this bloody Kato title screen, you're in the thick of it once again. Now, I actually really like these next 2 levels. They're very pretty. I love the 3D models of the brains and hearts. And the biting sound effect just scratches an itch in my brain. Oh, you can meow in this game, by the way. You've been able to do that since, like, Legendary Fragments. Whoops, forgot to mention that. Collect hearts, brains, a dead Kato, and then your will. Forgot to mention it, but the sound design in this game isn't too bad. I really like the jarring, scratchy, loud-ass noises that Mango Key either made or resourced for this game. Way better than that one gross-ass noise they used before. After being sent to Hell Jr., your game crashes as the entity tells you it's too late. It's in fact not too late though, because another notepad tells you how to save the game by finding another code on your computer. These remakes amp up the meta elements not just with the horror, but with what you've gotta do. Finding a code is just the beginning of it. The games do some cool shit later on. Anyways, you've saved the day. The entity's like, "No, you didn't win yet," and then makes you choose to kill Big Boy or not. You think I choose to kill him? What kind of person do you think I am? I wouldn't do that. If you keep him alive, the entity respects your decision and then just leaves, and then the game restores itself. I personally think the entity was actually about to lose regardless, so they just pretended like they were sparing you instead. Because if you choose to kill Big Boy, nothing changes. The ending is still the exact same. In fact, Big Boy is still alive even if you kill him. Anyways, doesn't matter which ending you get because it's immediately improved upon with the game Loaf Time. You loaf and that's it. That puts it above the last game. Tedious Pearl Hunt is a good transitional point from a simple fourth wall breaking horror game to the insanity that is the Kato lore and what this franchise will become. It's really just an expansion of that first remake. Nothing crazy added to make it that much better. I did like it a lot, but as you'll see with the next few games, it gets much better. When you think about it, Kato as a series is really an analogy for personal growth and changing for the better. Ultimately, strengthening your spirit and showing there's hope within the world. I got that all from one interaction with Cheese, by the way. Even later in 2023, the third entry to the Kato remakes was released. This time being Journey to Katoland. A similar issue to the OG games, these were coming out pretty quick. Even the error screen here says so. Oh, by the way, for practically all of the games, both old and new, it would not let you run older versions of the game. This is fine for the newer ones, but when Village Quest was preventing me from playing until I downloaded the newest version, well, there wasn't really anything I could do about that, now was there? I just shut off my Wi-Fi and that seemed to do the trick, but it was still a little annoying. This game has the same story, except it's a little more straightforward. Kato wants to go to Katoland, but of course, Big Boy just needs his help first to collect the biscuits. Kato actually tells him he's not gonna help though, thank God. But that smug son of a bitch gets his way eventually. The game hasn't changed much from Tedious Pearl Hunt, but you do have a mini-map this time, which is nice. And also, the key to jump is A now. It's kinda dumb when you play these games in a row, and each game controls differently, but it's a pretty minor nitpick. Levels are alright here, just remastered versions of the original game. The desert level is really ugly though. Why is the floor staring at me? And also, this might be the best music in the series yet. This one song alone clears pretty much everything so far that was original. But finally, you can reach Katoland. And all of your friends are here. Cheese, Big Boy, Bob and Violet. Wait, Bob and Violet? Holy shit, I haven't seen these guys since like 4 whole games ago. But alas, not even Bob can stop the Kato rule of thirds, as the world gets all spooky with every cat now being dead. Oh no, not Cheese! The candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long. The game eventually closes after some brand spanking new falling platforms, and surprise, surprise, the entity has returned. And they've got all kinds of tricks this time, like moving your mouse in a perfectly straight line. That bastard's gone too far this time. Just like the original Katoland, you then walk for a bit and then make Kato Squidward Red Mist himself, and then end up in that same old weird blue area. This area is a little different than the older one though, because now to advance, you have to find a secret code. It's hidden in an invisible wall though, no desktop scavenging like most codes here require. Enter the door and finally escape this bizarre blue world. They brought the dumbass bug back? Just like the original, you've got to go through levels from the first 2 games, but you can't fake me out again though. I still have to use A to jump Buster. Everybody knows the other games didn't do that. Also the fact that the game does this when you win, so that's widowy a dead giveaway. Once again, I love the use of 3D models in this series. Look at this guy, that's actually kinda scary. After completing the Tedious Pearl Hunt level and dying spontaneously, you're tasked with finding one last code so that you can take on the entity once and for all. This is also the part of the story where Kato starts getting wise to what's going on, and the entity finally reveals itself to him. But it's not the entity anymore. This is Malice, the replacement for the entity from the old games. A villain that looks like the main character with the name Malice. I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. After randomly gaining the claw attack from legendary fragments and slicing through some deadly meatballs, the game ends similarly to the original where it was all just a dream. I'd be more pissed if they didn't add a trinket menu after you beat the game. One of the most notable additions here is that of an extras menu, where you can
Why did you
replay
print me?
levels, do a sound
fuck did
test,
you print?
and view the trinkets that you've collected. I'm pretty sick and tired of Big Boy though, so I'm just gonna leave the trinkets uncollected. But Journey to Cattleland was yet another good remake. But it's got the same problem that the original games had. They're all too similar. I know for a fact that in the last few games it'll pick up, but without the extras menu, Journey to Cattleland is just an ever so slightly better version of Tedious Pearl Hunt. The dream ending still blows, the early phases of the lore are still a little goofy and underdeveloped, and the bug is still there for some reason, and no, it's never explained. And that's where the next game comes into play. Released in 2024, Cattleboy and the Evil Bug. It is just this one still image of the scary bug from earlier. I paid $30 for this game. Okay, fine, you got me. The next game is a remake of The Quest for Frozen Tuna. This was released in 2024, which thankfully was enough time for Mango Key to cook. I feel like the short release windows were making all of the games feel pretty similar, and while less than a year isn't exactly a long time for a game to be in development, it's a long time for a Cato game. I mean, the warning screen text is centered. You need at least a few extra months to do something like that. Frozen Tuna is without a doubt the best game so far, and you can kinda tell that from the title screen alone. There's an actual good settings tab now, the controls and mechanics have been improved and also expanded upon way more, and I didn't mention it last game, but they finally fixed the running. In Journey, you had to hold down shift to run, and since there is no reason to walk ever, you're gonna be holding shift the whole game. So having running be the default was an incredible change. A new combat system was also added rather than just a simple swipe attack. You could do down kicks, small combos, an uppercut that doubles as a double jump. The new combat also makes movement in this game a dream, and by proxy led to so much better platforming. Obstacles and platforms are much more challenging. There's these ropes you can grab onto now and like fly across the screen. I actually had to worry about my lives for once. Speaking of platforming, the levels this time around are the best they've been. Sakura Hills is really fun to explore around and looks great. I love the bright saturated colors of Jungle Jam and how you just swing around a bunch. The ice level pisses me off. There's also quite a few secrets around the various levels, like that classic banana, but do not forget, Kato really doesn't like bananas. But after completing the normal levels and once again navigating your way to the frozen tuna, that old furball gets trapped once more. I'm sad to report though, there's no giant boulder this time to kill Kato, just some lame spikes. Kato wakes up back in the village, but he then remembers what happened, including that Big Boy wants to get special powers and many wishes. He's kind of just stuck in a loop at this point of getting all glitched out and scary and then waking up again. Malice has their name written all over this though, and I'm proven right as they appear to tell me that it's no use to try and save Kato. You've said this like 12 times now, man. You've gotta try something new at this point. Now that's more like it. In a change from the original that I really like, the evil walking levels aren't just a walking simulator. Not only does Malice get more dialogue with substance rather than evil bullshit, but you actually have enemies attacking you and a great chase scene. You've actually got a lock-in for this one, as not only can the vines you grab onto damage you, but this white hand looking asshole will move fast if they get close enough. There's like 5 different ways to lose here, and compared to the original chase scene, it's a lot better and more challenging. And the best part? Malice is still a big ol' crybaby when you escape. It's very important to me that the entity, no matter in what continuity, is a big edgy nerd who crashes out at the slightest hiccup in their plans. I'm not even joking, I'm actually kinda happy that they kept the entity's whole cheesy, edgy way of talking and acting, because they retained it and then turned it into something better. It legitimately gives the entity, or now Malice, way more of a character than they used to. They're essentially just a giant loser on a power trip, and that is amazing. A small background piece is given to you about what this entity is. You can pause and read it if you want. It kind of just explains how Malice keeps coming back. Anyways, back into some good nut ear for fuss. Do some classic pearl collecting and just let Malice do their thing for a bit. It might take a while. Just like the original Frozen Tuna, before you get into the final act, you can actually explore the town and talk to the locals. Hi, Melty boy. You can also complete a task for Floaty and find all of their flowers. Not really clue what that does. Malice is still just absolutely pissed off at me for escaping them, and the final act begins. Just like last time, Kato finds that same task manager book again, and then Kato's all like, "Who the fuck are you?" And then Malice is like, "You dare speak down to me? Shut up or I'm gonna kill everyone." And then Kato's like, "You already did that, dumbass." I love this goofy dialogue so much. With Kato regaining the knowledge of you, the player, Minori, and the game world, he prepares to stop Malice once and for all, again. Oh my god, they call Kato a scrub. That is so goddamn funny. Minori pops in again to help out, and for this part of the game, you actually get to do some pretty cool meta stuff. Delete some files and then make a folder with a certain file provided by Minori. I love when the game does these things. It really makes you feel like you're doing the cool hacking stuff that Minori always talks about. With the two kitties finally teamed up, it's time to stop Malice with a boss fight, very similar to Legendary Fragments. It's a little tough between the huge area, the constant attacks, and the damaging environment, but hey, at least you get infinite tries again. Oh, no, you only get one attempt, weirdly. Okay. Yeah, I guess Kato would be pretty mad at me if he wasn't just erased. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I forgot to go back to this game and get the good ending, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to watch this online. It's pretty similar to the original game where the world just kinda resets after Malice is defeated, and we get a teaser for the very final Kato game, Requiem. Oh, and of course there's the extras menu. Basically just a beefier version of the one from Journey, which makes it automatically better. And that's the quest for the Frozen Tuna, which was easily the best game of the bunch. Not the biggest fan of the fact that I could have avoided the bad ending, but essentially tricked myself into thinking I had infinite tries to beat the boss. But I'm not that upset about it. Frozen Tuna is exactly like its old counterpart. It was the big leap forward from the games before it. In fact, it was the big leap forward for the franchise itself. This was the step in quality and gameplay that the games needed to take. On top of the better game mechanics, graphics, UI, and levels, this game was never really boring. Granted, it's about an hour long, which doesn't leave much room for boredom, but the amount of barren levels or walking simulator portions were cut drastically. And when they were there, they actually felt important or had something to them, rather than making up a bulk of the game. The horror hasn't really improved, but you could kinda tell the creator didn't want to make just another horror game at this point. And this was also around the time where the writing was kinda on the wall for Kato Boy. The spin-offs weren't gonna be remade, and there were only 2 projects in the works. Kato Boy Requiem and Kato Boy Forever. Requiem was set to be the final remake, combining both Legendary Fragments and Village Quest into one last hurrah for the original story. And Forever was going to be a combination of the cancelled Titanium Biscuit and Kato Arena, being an online non-horror Kato game and the biggest game by far. After this, there were no more plans for the funny cat to continue, but thankfully these last 2 games are the best out of the bunch and really show the potential that this series had as, well, a series. So let's wrap up this whole video firstly talking about my favorite Kato Boy game, Kato Boy Requiem. Released in late 2024, Requiem is the wrap-up of the Kato story. I guess instead of making Village Quest the last game again, Mango Key did the same thing and combined the last 2 into one big story. Well, there's a part 1 and part 2, but they connect better this time, trust me. Oh, and also, Village Quest is just straight up a different game, along with a multitude of changes to legendary fragments that makes Requiem really feel more of its own game, rather than a remake. And you can really tell this with the aesthetic the game now presents. This is like Deltarune, but if my stupid son that I hate was in it. Part 1 shares the same story as Legendary Fragments, except that Kato is just as fed up with the constant collecting as we are. At least it's not technically for Big Boy this time, but I've got my eye on you, asshole. The game plays pretty closely to Frozen Tuna, but you now jump with Z, which thank God for that. Just like Legendary Fragments, enemies are present in the levels, but more of a variety compared to that game. Now there's melee cats and shooting cats, not to mention little health potions and power-ups to help us out. I can't believe I'd see the day. Kato Boy is a competent indie platformer. The levels are about on par with Frozen Tuna, but I think I like the best levels of Frozen Tuna more than the best levels of Requiem. I get that the first few are just rehashes of old ones, so it's not too fair to compare the two, but still. The fragments aren't obtained through special levels this time, you gotta earn them through collecting 50 pearls or more by the end of the level. And it's harder than it might seem. These cats can be absolute assholes. Not to mention they're pretty hard to dodge, so you either kill them fast, run, or take damage and lose pearls. The Skyline level was pretty cool though, especially when... Oh, wait, I had 8 lives. How's that a game over? Wait a minute. You don't think? No. But it couldn't be? No. Is it possibly... Malice? Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's just the evil bug again. False alarm, everybody. After this asshole Malice breaks my computer screen, they Sonic EXE it up a bit, and that exact same song and dance happens again. Malice is trying to kill Kato, stop the villainous bum. One fourth wall break that kept really bothering me was that the game would remove my taskbar. This not only closed some of my tabs, but it made it seem like OBS wasn't recording, and that gave me a heart attack. Similar to Fragments, Kato's eventually taken out of the picture by Malice after some horrific happenings. Minori to the rescue as per usual, where she has you make some more game files. Once Minori's in the game, who moves way faster than Kato does, she makes her way to retrieve Kato. But as much as Minori's one of my favorites, she's also kind of known around these parts for being... well, a fraud. And just like last time, when both Kato and Minori are down for the count, leave it to the no hard hat Violet to come in for the save. She's got a plan to save Minori and get Kato to safety. God damn, that was loud. After Violet transports you to a pocket dimension, we get a reiteration of that whole phase world, this is all just a game info dump that Kato has to process. Which is kind of fucked up of Violet to just drop all of that on Kato out of nowhere. See, that's what I'm saying, Malice. Alright, I wouldn't have taken it that far. Before dying, Violet gives Kato the info he needs to save Minori, and then she just kind of dies. Yeah, she dies. So, the time has finally come, and this is where Kato starts to call Malice out on all of their bullshit. And of course, in classic Malice fashion, they respond with, actually, I was just pretending to be mad this whole time. Minori and Kato are transported to that all too familiar boss room, and armed with a weird notepad projectile weapon, I think, it's time to kick some Malice ass. Also, Kato wanted a gun, and that's really funny. The boss fight is significantly easier than it was in Legendary Fragments, mostly because since you click to shoot projectiles, I was just able to spam click as fast as humanly possible and chainsaw right through Malice's health. After notepadding Malice, one last chase scene occurs for old time's sake and wait, Malice, I'm right here, where are you going? So, I don't think they were supposed to pass me, but hey, I lived, so I'm not complaining. But as Malice does, they somehow, even after all of the ass beatings we gave them and the coding stuff from Minori, lives through all of that. And in the one redeeming Big Boy moment in the entire series, Big Boy appears out of nowhere, one taps Malice, And then that's it. Malice is actually dead for good, and the game ends. I'm a little worried about Big Boy now, considering what I've said about him, and the fact that he could kill a reality warper with one hit. Although Kato thinks it's weird how Malice was acting before their death, it doesn't really matter because all is safe now as part 1 comes to an end. In a bubble, it's weird that there's 2 parts to this game, but you know, it's actually 2 games in one, so it makes sense. Part 2 covers Village Quest, and like I said before, this is almost an entirely different game. Every single level from Village Quest is gone or reworked into something entirely different. And the entire game now starts off with Kato telling Big Boy to fuck off. Somehow it only took Kato blowing up on him like 3 times for Big Boy to finally realize that he's a terrible friend, and Kato finally doesn't agree to collect his stuff. But then, what does that leave Kato to do? He hasn't been able to rest in ages between the constant collecting and all of the world-ending threats, so finally, he can rest. Nah, I'm kidding. You think Kato can be happy? Hell no, he can't. There's a new entity in town. Requiem skips over all of the normal levels from Village Quest and jumps right into the horror. Part 2 of Requiem probably has some of the best horror in the entire series. There's a lot less jump scares and blood, and much more that just sits with you. I really like this one part where a melted cat just kinda slowly wipes onto your screen. That one new perspective level from Village Quest is still here though. Really the only time you have to collect anything in this part, which is a nice change of pace. Malice is gone this time around. Like I said, Big Boy really did slaughter them, and Torment makes their return. But in this version, they seem more desperate. More like they aren't trying to kill Kato, or at least wanting to. Although they're doing a horrible job at that. Torment gives you this new text file called Truth, which says that it was always Big Boy, and that he's the reason these entities can invade? Oh my god. So you're telling me the guy I already hate is the whole reason that the events of the game are happening at all? I don't want to hear any one of you invalidating my Big Boy hate now. I'm justified. The game continues on as Minori steps up to help once more. She confirms this isn't Malice and that they're a little more tormented. She said it. Even though Minori's got a plan, Kato dips into that Malice rage a little bit and starts calling out Torment because, well, Kato's just had it rough for years now. Can you blame him for being done with this? Torment's pretty deep into the files, even with our assistance as the player, so Minori's got a bit of a convoluted plan. While Kato, Floaty Boy, and Cheese go to fight and distract Torment, Minori will take Big Boy with them as they work on the code. This is because Big Boy is, I don't know, maybe he'll be a meat shield. Also, it's really funny how Minori asks Cheese to distract Torment. Cheese, we need you to distract Kang. So after the gang's all gathered up, Minori rips a part of Torment's code out and shoves it into her and Biggie so that if they die, Torment dies too. Or at least becomes too weak to do anything. Or possibly just even get their code back and be unharmed. Minori, why did you think this was a good idea? With the God Squad on deck and some of the best music in the game blaring, it's time for one last boss fight to end it all and save Kato's universe. The boss fight isn't too hard, each character having their own level of difficulty. While Floaty has the easiest boss phase, they also only have a basic melee attack, meaning you can't just snipe them from across the map. Cheese might have a projectile, but his movements are slower and this boss phase is just a little harder. Kato has like every weapon imaginable, but Torment is spamming enemies and attacks like crazy. It's a fun fight. I was able to cheese it a little bit, not just literally, and stand in one place for some of it, but I felt like it was challenging enough. Maybe if there weren't as many shields or hiding places or something, it would have been a little harder. After you win your fight, Minori is finally ready with the code to end Torment once and for all. But Torment starts talking about how they were actually saving Kato. That's a little strange, but whatever, I guess. Minori could still— holy shit, they killed Big Boy? Listen, I hated the guy, but I didn't want him dead. After Big Boy dies, Minori's absolutely fuming, but Torment barely reacts. That's when it all starts to make sense. Why Torment can do what they're doing. Why they keep talking about saving Kato and being trapped. Torment is Violet. Wait, hold on a second. Violet's pretty chill. All they want is a hard hat instead of the blood of Kato. A nice change of pace if you ask me. Well, damn, what a fool I was. But not as much of a fool that Minori was, because that really risky decision to steal code from Torment backfired as badly as it could have. Since Minori technically had the same code as Torment inside of her, the erasure command she ran couldn't target Torment because that would technically be deleting herself, so it instead targets the only other person around, Kato. And yeah, this backfired quite a bit. Just see for yourself.
Jesus Christ.
Kato is destroyed and rebuilt into Malice, revealing that the Kato series, the entire thing, is just one big loop. Torment really was trying to save Kato by killing him, because if he lived, Malice is reborn and the universe resets once more. It's all useless as Minori gives up, the bad guy wins, and the world resets once more, continuing the loop that is Kato Boy. Damn, that's pretty dark for an ending to the series. Just like that, Kato's dead, whole universe is reset, nothing else to it? I mean, honestly, that's a pretty bad end. Oh my god, wait a second. Toadbup canon to the Kato universe, best game in the series. I love the ending, by the way. Now, of course, there is a good ending that I had no clue how to get, where the loop is indeed broken, and Kato kinda gets his happy ending. No more collecting, just existence. But regardless, Requiem is over, and so is the story of Kato. Kind of. Requiem was the best game hands down, and my personal favorite. I mean, it had 2 games bundled in it. It was kind of unfair. Part 1 has great gameplay and a nice end to the story of Malice, while Part 2 honed in more on the scary stuff and fourth wall breaks that made the original village quest great. It also fixed the issue of Torment coming out of absolutely nowhere, connecting it to Violet's death from Part 1. Now, I've been glazing this game to hell and back, but there are still a few issues with it. For one, if you take a look at just gameplay, Part 2 doesn't really offer much outside of one collecting level and the boss fight. It goes back to segments that are just walking to the right and isn't very engaging for the first 10 or 15 minutes or so. I also wish the platforming levels in Part 1 took more inspiration from the platforming genre and included things like mini bosses or other enemies or more mechanics like combat and swinging were. I just feel like despite the increase in quality, the base gameplay still had a lot of potential. But otherwise, Requiem is a great finale to the Kato Boy story. It's fun, decently long, chock full of meta horror and cool visuals, and of course, it lets you play as Cheese. His ass wasn't even in the original Kato Boy and he still got a playable role before Hissy? Suck it! But as I've said earlier, that wasn't the last Kato Boy game. It was the end for the whole overarching story that was taking place, but not the end for our furry little friend, because the next and last game is Kato Boy Forever. Kato Boy Forever? I sure hope so. Except not, because this is the last game. In 2025, Kato Boy Forever finally released to the public and also allowed me to make this video. This was a while in the making, being the ultimate Kato Boy game that was actually a game. I'm not saying the others weren't games, but this wasn't your typical Kato romp. There's no horror or fourth wall breaking or anything like that at play here. This is an actual platformer with multiplayer, bosses, a unique story, multiple characters, weapons, and more. You could really see the buildup with each new Kato game to this, each entry, with the exception of Requiem Part 2, being less horror-filled than the last. And despite the whole reason I got into this series being the horror elements, I really like Forever. I really wish I had someone to play with, but the one guy I knew who played Cowboy evaporated into thin air after he talked like 20 minutes ago. The story goes that a gang of ruffians are invading the Caddo Island, looking for something called the Titanium Biscuit, and you gotta help them. There's like triple the amount of levels in this game than the normal Caddo game, including pretty much everything I ever wanted from the platforming in this game. More enemies, solid level design, solid level theming, more bosses, cutscenes, playable characters, the ability to be purple. Oh, I love being purple. You could play through this game either by yourself or host a server to play with friends, or thumb through the extras, or even more than that. There's quite a bit of content to this game, but honestly, I only played like an hour or two in offline mode, so even I have yet to see it all. I'm not gonna give a full review on this game. This is definitely one that you've got to experience for yourself. Mango Key put a ton of work into this big multiplayer passion project, and I hope you can all go and show your support by caddoing it up. So the title Cowboy Forever is a bit of a fucking lie, because after this game's release, Mango Key officially announced the end of Cowboy and their own retirement from game development. I'm glad that they got to go out on their own terms and make something they were truly passionate about to finish off this series. But not as glad as I am that I'm done playing these games. Listen, I love the series, but playing 15 games of this in a row is just too much for one person. But before we wrap things up, we have to answer the dire question. How do I rank all of the Cowboy games? Old, new, spin-offs, everything. Let's get started, shall we? At number 15, very obviously, I have the Cowboy Christmas special. I mean, it was like 4 seconds long. Number 14 was the old version of The Adventures of Cowboy. Number 13 was Cowboy's Bizarre Adventure. Number 12, we've got Cowboy Trouble in Loveland. It's a little lower than you might have all expected, but the dialogue was just weird. It's gotta go lower. Number 11 was Cowboy Journey to Cowland, the old version. Number 10, Doggo Boy's Fantastic Adventure. Yes, I think it's better than the first 3 Cowboy games. Number 9 is Cowboy Quest for the Frozen Tuna, once again, the old version. Number 8 starts our remakes with the new version of The Adventures of Cowboy. Number 7 is Cowboy Village Quest. Number 6 is Cowboy Tedious Pearl Quest. Number 5 is Cowboy Journey to Cowland, the new version. Number 4 is Cowboy and the Legendary Fragments. Number 3 is Cowboy Quest for the Frozen Tuna, the new version. Number 2 is Cowboy Forever, and ranking at number 1, as I've already mentioned, Cowboy Requiem. Honorable mention to that one old-ass version of Adventures. It technically doesn't count as its own game, but it was too stupid just not to mention. It would have been dead last, by the way. Compared to other meta horror games and platformers, Cowboy isn't exactly top tier, but damn if this guy in his 15 games of Doom
Malice Generation
didn't charm me. Caddo is a lot of things. It's a unique take on the creepypasta and EXE genre. It's a series full of cheesy scares and mediocre platforming. It's a wacky concept that evolved into something beyond its original intention. It's a game series with a small yet strangely strong community behind it. It's a million zillion things, but I never see anybody talk about this game series, and that sucks. The old games I can't understand, but these new releases have so much more effort and talent put behind them that it's crazy they haven't gathered nearly as much attention. Now granted, they are stuck on itch.io, which is not the greatest platform for games to get an audience, but they are supposed to drop on Steam later this year in September. I'm gonna cut myself off here. I was actually so late to this video that the collection is coming out today, so yeah, link in the description if you want to go check those games out on Steam. They should maybe be out by the time this video is, I don't know. I'm not trying to hype up this series and call it the greatest horror series of all time or the second coming of Christ, but you can't deny these games are fun as hell. Goofy, boring at times, cheesy at times, big at times, but they're just pure fun, especially if you've never played them. I'm pretty desensitized to the whole, ooh, I'm messing with your computer shtick at this point, but new players definitely won't be. If there were any game that deserved this long of a video on its series, well, besides all of these games I still want to talk about, it is without a doubt Cato Boy. I'm a little sad I'm done talking about this series on my channel, but there's just nothing else to cover. Of course, unless Mango Key Shadow drops Cato Boy and the Evil Bug, but we can only hope for that. So, to thank Cato for all he's done for me, the community, anyone else who's played his games, I got just one last question to ask to every single one of you out there. Have I told you about this guy with 2 paws and a few retries? Shattered through his paradigm, except for like that one time. Clawing through malice and space to that one wondrous place where friends would shine like a pearl in the sky, and Cato probably won't die. But as his speech begins to slur, I think that we can all infer that over on my computer the awful truth will then occur, where you won't make it in time as your fear goes for the rewind. Adventure to the truth, don't think about underneath. God, I hope I don't see goofy rocks with teeth. Bizarre how I keep returning even when it's the same. A journey to the land of poorly captured jump scares is lame. Then again, I think I'm frozen to the very thought of fragmented scares, and when my mouse moves a lot, it won't take a whole village to act on your part. But when trouble arises, don't just go and restart. It's tedious, I know, but you gotta admit, the journey was all worth it when the window shook for a bit. A universal requiem, the biggest endeavor, cause when it comes to hating Big Boy, I can do that forever. Clawing through malice and space to that one wondrous place where friends can't be tormented at all, thanks to the funny cat that stood tall. And while the world will just unwind, I think that it's easy to find that cheese is always on my mind and malice isn't very kind, and that the advent will be grim, the monster they made of him. Have I told you about this guy who gathered trinkets and cried? But only one last thing that I can't shrug. Why was there an evil bug?
Getting fit and funky, is that your desire? Get down boogie till you catch fire. Dance and shake the soul and makes you feel alive. Shakes up your body, high five. You've got the will.
Oh, that's a good kitty, I say as I pet on Kitty.
No, I'm evil, kitty.
Said evil Kitty.
Happy 1-year anniversary to me. That's right, it's been a full year of Glamrock Dusky. A lot's happened, and I have you all to thank. I met some amazing new friends. I traveled farther alone than I've ever managed before, and I nearly died, but that's neither here nor there. There was a lot more good than bad. I mean, I met Dwako. That's pretty cool, yeah? And it all started with one virtual pet in particular, Kinito Pet, the one I made my first ever video on. So what better way to commemorate him than to review another virtual pet? This time, we're going a bit more obscure and reviewing Babaruka, an 8-bit style game implying itself to be a lost and cancelled Tamagotchi keychain. Years back, this game had a demo release and it ended up getting played by Manly Badass Hero, which is how I heard of it. After a few more years of development, the full game released on Steam on June 22nd, 2021 to not much fanfare. And so here we are today, with me thinking of it sometimes just like forgotten, kinda wishing more people knew about it. That is, until my brain finally kicked into gear and said, hey idiot, you're a YouTuber now, make a review. So what exactly is Babaruka? Well, it's a horror puzzle game mimicking a Tamagotchi, with a limited color palette and primitive graphics. In it, you'll explore the depths of an abandoned children's toy while being stalked by the decaying remains of scrapped character concepts. While trying to keep your pet alive, you must solve cryptic puzzles left behind by the long-gone developers. Fun fact, this game's name means Bubble Baby in Americanized Japanese, being made up of the Japanese word for bubble, babaru, and baby, Aka-chan, Babaru Aka. In universe, the game was developed by Kudimu. The game was developed by Supernova Studios or Benjamin Shade and cost $5 to purchase. For $5, this is honestly a pretty long game if you choose not to follow the official walkthrough. The puzzles can get extremely cryptic, and before I actually knew there was a walkthrough, it took me like an hour to get past the first part of one segment. Then again, I had my brain wiggle around a few weeks ago, so just in case it's just me, I am not gonna put puzzle difficulty on the cons list for this game. But without further ado, let's get into it. The game's intro is relatively simple. You can see the logo, you press start, or full screen if your monitor isn't as monstrous as mine, and you are greeted with 3 eggs. You can't really choose any others as they're locked, so you have to go with the black spotted one. On doing that, you then have to hatch it by repeatedly pressing the hatch button until it reveals a little creature named Tomo. You're then moved over to a virtual pet interface where you can see him running around, and you have 3 options: My Bubby, Food, and Games. I pick My Bubby first, which allows me to get a better look at Tomo, and also immediately rename him to Bumo for no real reason. In this game, you can also feed Bumo and pet Bumo. We have no food, so aggressive petting it is. But how do you get food? Simply head out to the wide view again and go to food to go to the grocery store, where you have 3 options: apples, broccoli, and pizza. While it may seem pointless initially, because the pizza is so much better sounding, it refills your bubby's hunger past maximum. Get some apples and broccoli too, you're gonna find out why later. If that was all your money, here's where the games button comes in. Bumo will find a coin occasionally if I leave him be, but a much more effective method of earning money is playing minigames, of which there is currently only one: Bubby's Ski Time. Interesting choice, but it's got coins littered all over. Even if you have no food or money, and your Bubby is starving and won't play, you can actually pet it to calm it down long enough to make it play a game anyway. We love soft lock prevention.
Ow.
Press the arrow keys to move back and forth to pick up coins and avoid snowdrifts, snowmen, and other things. Who the heck builds a snowman on a ski slope? It starts off innocent, but when you've got 10 points, aka coins, a path will open up to the side where you can steer your bubby into a strange house and enter an RPG-like mode. There's nothing in this room besides a note saying to remove this part of the game, and moving forward only results in what the game interprets as a minigame loss, booting you back to the pet menu. But you're probably gonna be stubborn and head back in. Doing this greets you with the same path as before, now locked with no etched in the ground. Yet continuing forward reveals the house has simply moved to the middle of the path, making re-entry unavoidable. This time, moving forward within the house doesn't immediately kick us out, so we're able to proceed deeper to find a series of hallways leading to several doors, as well as a note on the wall informing us of how to pause. Remember this, because this is how you can return to the pet menu if needed, aka if you need more food or more money. Entering this house doesn't prevent you from playing the ski game again, by the way, so that's how you get more money if you've already collected all coins present in the house map, of which there are a decent amount. As for why you need to buy more food, see the hunger meter showing up here? That's not technically hunger. Or well, it's called that, but it acts more as lives or health. This house is not safe, and each time you fail to protect your bubby from what makes it not safe, you'll lose a bit of hunger. Lose too much and you'll get an auto kick back to the pet menu, having to re-enter and start over on the first floor of the house. Although anything you've unlocked stays that way. Won't say more to avoid spoiling all that's in there. Oh, and by the way, to re-enter the house, you just need to go to the ski game from the pet menu and select level 2. Okay, back to the first area of the house. Besides the pause note, there's 3 ways to check. On the right, there's a door blocked off with boards. Upwards, there's a door that is simply locked. To the left is the only way we can go for now, which leads into a room full of mannequins. There is a note on the wall, but to avoid just reading off everything in the game, because there are a lot of notes and monitors and whatnot, I'm gonna let you find those yourself and just use the important ones for putting together story recaps later. Downstairs is another diverging path where I take the left first to find a room containing a copy of Bumo and a large cat staring at each other. There is a room behind the cat that contains a computer and a key. Grab the key, but the computer won't turn on because there's no power in the house. Before using the hallway key, I check out the room to the left of this one. There's a portrait of a family on the wall and a vending machine. Remember the location of this vending machine if you want to get all the secrets in the game. Don't be like me who spent 30 minutes trying to remember where it was after I found out that I needed it. You can also buy a temporary speed increase from the vending machine for 100 coins if you'd like. There isn't anything else in this room of importance, although this locked up room here will open when we get to the point of turning on the power, so I can quickly touch on that before we leave since it has no bearing on game progression and is just an Easter egg. This room is the birthday room. It was left in-game by a father for his child named Hikaru. We don't know who the father is yet. It contains dancing people in party hats, cake, and all the bubbies on a stage, plus a few coins. It also contains something else, a room a bit less joyful. If you enter the crack in the wall, you find this, a trashed dark room, footprints all over the floor, and angry writing on the walls from someone who seemingly used to be trapped here. Further into the room, you'll find a staircase, and if you go down, you'll be stuck in a black void, a heavily bit-crushed rendition of Claire de Lune playing in the background. I swear I saw someone exit this place in one of the videos of the demo, but I myself wandered for a while and couldn't find an exit. So maybe there is one, maybe there isn't. To avoid a long while of walking one direction, I'd recommend just closing and reopening the game, as there's an autosave when you turn on the power, and you have to do that to get in here. Let's return to the prior room. Exiting it and the one with the cat, I head downstairs to find a tablet on the floor. Interacting with the tablet shows a picture of the cat from before with a list of what appears to be name ideas. They settled on Mau Mau, and now we have a name to a face. Closing that, in the next room is a note from a confused developer concerned about the growing size of the game and cutting concepts, which I'm mentioning because it triggers a change. Heading back to the area with the tablet, all of the mannequins are now missing their heads, all throughout the map. Additionally, Mau Mau and the Bubby statue in the next room over are now missing. But more importantly, we're back near the start, so that means we can use the hallway key we got earlier. Remember, it's the topmost door in the area we started. Entering the new room, there are a few pathways. Taking the upper one leads to a room with a shutdown computer, a note, and more importantly, a crowbar. Now we have all three ways in the introductory room available to us, because if you remember, one of the doors needed something to pry bars off it with. Returning there and doing that, we get access to a new area as well as an actual map to follow. Although it's not great about showing where you are, that's my main issue with it, so I ended up ignoring it. The wall also has another note about Mau Mau, implying more about them. They were likely supposed to be some sort of threat to the Bubbies. A Tamagotchi where there are predators. Now that is actually an interesting concept, but I could also see that resulting in a lot of crying children, so maybe let's not make that. An upper room shows more Mau Mau with a group of Bubbies, some without faces. This is worth noting, or at least screenshotting. The room above us contains a chest key too. The chest to open with this is downwards from the room with the map, and it contains a VHS tape. Within the room with it is an entire row of stationary Mau Maus, and passing them by takes you to a closet that refuses to open, alongside a valve on the floor that you can pick up. But when you turn to leave, some of the Mau Maus are gone. On the journey to find somewhere to use the valve we found, as assumedly it operates something that uses steam, which this hidden away lift needs to operate, we find that the Mau Maus have spread themselves all over the map. But as they seem to be harmless, we're free to get to the room we need and insert the valve onto a machine. Turning it unsticks the lever to the far left of the room, which we can then pull to restore the power. Now that the power is back on, all computers will work. On the way to figure out what to do next, we can insert the VHS we found earlier into one of the TVs that will now turn on.
I hate this channel.
After doing so, I try to head into the upper room, but my Bubby is suddenly too hungry to play, and I'm booted to the pet menu. However, not everything is as it was before. All food is sold out, and we're forced to steal a pizza. And on leaving the food mart, things only get stranger.
Coughing. Into wheezing at level 35.
Until we're dropped back into the house. Damn, it doesn't look like we got to keep that pizza. Thankfully, I've still got the one broccoli I bought at the very start. You can actually feed your Bubby when not in the pet interface by using the pause menu and scrolling to the apple icon. That's why I mentioned earlier that you should always carry extra food. Checking out that upper room properly this time, this is where that one picture of Mau Mau with the group of Bubbies comes in. That's a code. we need to grab the marker at the top of this room and draw faces on the bubbies in the order they're in the picture, and draw a face on the Mau Mau up top. If done correctly, they vanish and leave behind a disc. Grab that, but before leaving, be sure to activate the circle next to them as well, as this connects to a teleporter elsewhere in the map. Next objective. There is a computer around the first part of the map that allows you to open the lockers in another room. I do so, and head to the lockers to grab the birthday pass out of them, return to the computer, and open up the gate. What gate? Actually, this is how you get into that birthday room I mentioned earlier. So it's not actually something that has an impact on the rest of the game, and instead what we actually have to do now is head to the lift to use the disc. On proceeding to the second floor, what do we know at this point? Well, the first floor had a little story, but primarily it was a lot of conceptual talk. It looks to be meant to set the scene for the rest of the floors to get into the interesting stuff. The actual story uncovered seems to imply 3 things. 1, that the developers of the game were having trouble to getting it to fit on a keychain. 2, multiple notes refer to multiple predator types that were scrapped, but later in the development, one of them mysteriously returned, that one being Mau Mau. Lastly, it looks like there was some infighting, primarily with Onaga, one of the lead developers and potentially a co-creator of the studio. Let's see if we can find out more on floor 2, that being codenamed Him. No, not that one. On arrival, I had right. Within the first door is a very important room, that being the room where you can make new discs. Typing the correct 3-letter word into it will produce a disc leading to the floor with the same name. So the objective of floor 2 is to find out what we need to type in. We actually already know the next floor, since TAR, aka floor 3, is written on the wall right next to the machine. But the machine needs a key, so there is perhaps a bit more fiddling around on floor 2 anyway. The necessary fiddling begins with taking the left path out of the intro room, leading to a room with a piano, chest, and closet that contains a hidden passageway. That passage just leads back to floor 1. What matters is the VHS tape you can find in the disc machine room. Insert it into the TV here and you'll receive a series of piano notes alongside a hint. Behind the vending machine. Disregard that for a second and enter the notes into the piano in the back of the room to obtain the keys to the disc machine. Now back to that hint before we go to floor 3. Remember when I told you to remember where the vending machine was? This game actually has multiple endings. The true ending can only be obtained by unlocking secret vaults, and the first key to this chapter's vault can be found if you return to that vending machine, move it to the side, and enter a secret room. In this room is a closet containing a bag of 100 coins and more piano notes on the back wall. Return to the piano room and enter this code instead, which will cause the light next to the first door we entered to light up. Return to that room to find a new key inside, this being the first vault key out of 2 in this chapter. Hold on to it for now. Before going to floor 3, there is one more thing we need to grab that, while optional, is very useful. Head right from the intro area and this time go all the way. In here there's a screwdriver. This allows you to open any vents you find. Now you're clear to get the tar disc from the machine and proceed to floor 3. Oh, hello! On arrival to Tar, we can actually find the vault I mentioned earlier. The first real thing we gotta do though is go down and get a VHS out of another drawing room. Although this one requires you to go back to floor 1 via the teleporter to draw on the bubbies as opposed to doing it on site. If you had the code right from back then though, this one's the same. So the cat should give you the tape right away. However, afterwards the power is knocked out, so you can't play it on the TV nearby. Instead, the new Mau Mau infestation only allows you to go to a narrow hallway to the left and unlock a door at the end. Conveniently, this leads back to the disc room, but we do not yet have the code for floor 4, so we head back to Tar, and now that the power is back on, we can watch the new VHS tape to get a series of letters and numbers, then to see Tomo heading back to the disc maker. The code refers to another room further into Tar, a parking lot where you can view the license plates on the cars. The VHS hints that you need to take the 3rd letter of the one starting with A, the 4th of the one starting with C, and the 1st of the one starting with B to spell out Finn, the name of floor 4. Now, story-wise, so far it looks like development is falling apart. Developers complain left and right, and the game's file size is exponentially building without anyone knowing what's causing it. Predator characters are scrapped to save file size. The task of removing Mau Mau is assigned to Onaga. He pushes back on it and refuses. A tragic event involving someone falling leads to office disputes. We head to Fidden now. This one won't be so quick. Entering, ominous music plays. Mau Mau appears to have gotten tired of just messing with you and is now on an active hunt for us. Avoid the crunched up music, and if we enter room 1 to the right, we can access the vents using the screwdriver from earlier. This allows us easier access to the other rooms without having to worry about Mau Mau. But be careful, if you spend too much time in here, he will come inside and begin quickly looking for you. There are also cracks in the floor that will turn to holes if walked over enough, dropping you back into the dangerous halls. So we avoid all that and make it to room 2. Oh, which is pointless, we can't access the chest here. Room 3 instead then. Here we gotta do like a Pokemon strength puzzle with Mau Mau statues to access a tablet with a shape code, which we can enter in the upper part of room 1. However, I'd recommend also heading to a secret room within the vents to obtain another shape code. With both codes in hand, enter the first and press the button below to obtain a chest key. Then enter the second. This is for the second vault key. On entry, it will appear in the same room as before. Back on floor 2, and we can grab it before finishing off Finn by unlocking the chest in room 2, which contains a disc. This disc leads to the final floor. Art. We briefly detour to unlock the vault on floor 3 before heading there. If we don't unlock the vault, we'll actually get a warning that we're missing a secret, so don't worry about forgetting, and don't worry that it doesn't open yet. And now it's the final fight. Yeah, this game has actual boss segments against each chapter's enemy, which is actually pretty awesome. We're heading in to contend against Evil Kitty himself, Mau Mau, or the cat, I guess. We drop into a dark hallway and are given controls and an objective. Find 5 coins and do not get caught. Mau Mau wanders the maze and can be detected by loud breathing sounds. If he sees us, we only have a brief second to get turned around and start running. But what's nice is if he does catch us, we don't lose hunger. At least, I don't think you do, because there is no pause menu here, so you have infinite tries, presumably. Now, I have a few issues with this segment actually. Initially, when I saw this in videos, I wasn't aware of how it felt to play. And with this game being made in RPG Maker, it's pretty impressive that it features a full first-person segment. But because it was made in a limited engine, it was done in a limited fashion. The controls here feel very sticky in a way, like the character takes a minute to actually move. And don't get me started on the turning. While it looks okay if you're looking only at the first-person perspective, it is somehow slippery instead of sticky, and you'll often end up turning more than you meant to while trying to make a quick movement to start getting away from Mau Mau. And it's horrendous to use if you do what I did and simply look at the map for navigation instead of the first person, because of the markings showing where the coins are. I got a lot of footage of me encountering Mau Mau and doing impromptu pirouettes rather than trying anything to get away. Even with its quirks though, if you learn to just tap the buttons rather than holding them, the section's not too bad at all. So we can avoid his breathing like normal and get out safely. And we won Bubby Ski Time! Hooray! Oh, just kidding. Well, I'll just let him sleep that off. That was Babaruka's Chapter 1. Equal parts cute and horrifying, this chapter sets the scene for the game's next 2 chapters to get a lot more messed up, because it's not trying to fool you anymore. I mean, going into this, I admit some of it even messed with me, and normally I don't react that strongly to horror games. It might be that you're getting attached to these little
Basic
guys, and then, well,
mansions.
yeah. It gets worse than being cut in half. But before we get into Chapter 2, this story is just getting started. So let's do a quick recap of what little we know so far. And now is when we're gonna get into a lot of the notes. No, I absolutely did not go through my footage and write down every single one I could find. No, I'm not crazy. They put me in a rubber room. Babaruka was going to be a keychain game similar to Tamagotchi's, and it was being developed by Kodemu, a development studio started by 2 men who I believe were Onaga Yamazaki and either Akarai Okamoto or Masaki Otsuka. Development started off well, with the ambitious developers adding a lot of interesting concepts, getting the public excited. Maybe too many concepts, because they then realized that in order for the game to fit on a keychain, a lot of that had to be scrapped. They started off with scrapping 2 of the 3 predators planned for the game, leaving only one, Mau Mau. For a while, Mau Mau stayed as the only hunter of the pets, until he too ended up on the chopping block, presumably for the sake of space. The task of getting rid of Mau Mau was assigned to Onaga. However, Onaga was suffering from an unknown event in his life, and either procrastinated or refused to remove the cat from the game until being encouraged to do so by an unknown person who claimed to be able to reinstate him after his removal. Onaga Onaga then became extremely reclusive and irritable towards his coworkers, lashing out at them and silently self-destructing. As the unknown entity placed Mau Mau back into the game, it begins to behave strangely as development quickly takes a downhill turn. Someone puts strange imagery around the office. Crashes plague the game and the file size keeps mysteriously increasing even when no employees should be present at the office. Masaki finds the front door unlocked all the time after all, so someone's coming back overnight and adding more. So much for a keychain. After Bumo's untimely end of life, the game violently crashes, so we gotta reboot it, finding ourselves right back at the start. Oh, isn't that Bumo's egg? Oh well, I didn't want it anyway. Guess we're picking this one actually, and it contains this little guy named Mibu. Now the goal here is about the same as Chapter 1 initially. It's a good idea to get food before heading into the minigame for this Bubby Spy Time, where things then get strange. However, I am gonna do something a little different. I skipped a lot of the notes in Chapter 1 because they were relatively light and mostly went over surface level stuff you'd expect from a game development studio, albeit one that's not being managed very well. The ones coming up though are significantly more important in my opinion, trumped only by the ones in the next chapter. So when I feel they contain important text, I'll actually read them off this time. So let's go into Bubby Spy Time. It's what it sounds like. You gotta try and look for Mibu in 3 different maps, and have 60 seconds to find him. Although I couldn't manage to find him myself right now, I figured out later that he has some shape-shifting capability and can appear as houses, tables, etc. Look for his eyes. Although, the true objective here is to leave the bounds of the map, it doesn't matter which one, and locate the upper half of Bumo's, or properly Tomo's, corpse. This allows us to enter a messy version of the map and enter a distorted house in the center to begin the chapter's exploration segment. It seems this time we're looking through the main office section of Kudimu headquarters. We spawn right near the exit, but it would be too easy if we could just head on out. No, we're gonna need a level 3 keycard for that. A secondary objective, as we soon find, is to turn the power on here, just like in the last location. So the only option is to head downstairs into what even the location itself dictates as abandoned. These doors lead to the independent offices of those who used to work here. The first door we should enter is Onaga's. He's apparently out to lunch. Is it just me though, or is 5 awfully late to be returning from lunch? Doesn't matter. Right inside is Artie. Who or what is Artie? Was it what was left to rot? We don't know right now. We can only leave it be and proceed left to find a note that I believe connects to one we can find in Chapter 1. As stated by that chapter, Akarai took over as director on Babaruka, so he'd be in charge of what makes it in. An additional note in the chapter mentions someone overreacting to what I assume was the predator mechanic being added. I think this is a response to that developer, and that this was mostly about adding Mau Mau and the other 2 predators, because as far as we know right now, they'd be able to cause direct injury to your bubby if not scared off in time. So in short, it's possible that the true reason Mau Mau was scrapped was not storage concerns, but rather that Akarai thought his and the others' method of hunting was too much for a kid's game. Anyway, rant aside, we must also proceed to decide where RT makes his way out. Something tells me that's not the last we'll see of him. Oh yeah, he's just parked himself up here. But a tablet on the ground shows a picture of him that betrays he's not meant to be here and was officially removed. What's the trend with removed things in this game? Isn't it usually, not fun? We'll keep our distance instead and open up the rightmost closet to get the first keycard with level 1 clearance. Okay, and back out we go to... See? I absolutely freaking knew it. And I'm not even gonna question how a metal robot is doing that. He went down, so let's not go down and instead go left. And here is the next part to the true ending. There's a vault just like Tomo's, and this is why Tomo's didn't open it first. We have to remove the drawbar on this side, and then we can actually go back into Tomo's area from Chapter 1, which is looking... a bit worse for wear. There is actually something to do here, but we don't have what we need for it yet. Just remember where this is. Additionally, reading the note on the wall reveals that these vaults were created by someone, presumably a developer, who was on our side. Backing out of Onaga's office, we need to go pursue RT now. He's still focused on making a break for this room over here, which we can also get into with the keycard we got. But as we're on the true ending path, it's actually the perfect moment to make a stop in the lower room instead, where all the furniture furniture laughs at us. Okay, come on. Bee-Boo might not look conventional, but you don't have to be rude. Why are we here? Well, that window up there is part of how we're gonna remove the locks from Bee-Boo's vault too. Yes, he and Tomo have their own. Climbing through the window grants entry to a small room with a disc inside. And we know Tomo's lift used discs, so try piecing together what we gotta do. Indeed, back in Tomo's area, placing the disc onto his lift allows access to a new floor. Bet. How much? It's quite small, but contains the very useful stylish boots, which provide a movement speed increase for the rest of the chapter. This item is hilariously juxtaposed by the horrifying note on the floor. One more thing I personally enjoyed about this room is the music, which is an 8-bit rendition of Bach's Little. I know that because I'm very cultured, and not at all just because it had a boss remix in my favorite game ever. That's all to do in here, though. Back to what we were doing, the robot stuff. As expected, after all we saw him go in here, we gotta avoid the robot-turned-sludge monster as he patrols the halls. He's faster than us if he sees us, so let's be extra careful, and we can't stick around at the entrance for long as he pretty much immediately paths up here. Instead, the best move is to head left, where we eventually run into arrows we can follow from here into the generator room. It contains Nanako's key, which is great because we still kinda don't know the password to actually use the generator. And indeed, Nanako's office contains the generator code and a first idea of what's going on. A picture. Oh, and Tomo's bottom half is also over here in a box. Let's just maybe saran wrap that and get out of here, why don't we? It fits on his upper half that's blocking a lower hallway in the introductory area, and we'll open that up for us if placed.
Phil Swift here for Flex Tape.
A quick backtrack through Artie's cubicles, and we can get the power back on and scare him off for now. With the power back on, just like before, some computers will now work. If we head into Nanako's office, there's an unfinished email we can read. More talk about that picture. But more importantly, it looks like we know now that it was Onaga spreading it around. From what everything's been saying, it sounds like looking at this picture causes one to be unable to get said picture out of their mind as they're gradually driven insane. But then why would Onaga want to spread this? What does the picture contain? And it doesn't seem like most of the developers even know who the picture originated from. It seems like Nanako knowing who had it was almost targeted. And there's even more information if we return to Onaga's office and check his computer, showing a disapproving email from Akarai revealing that Onaga, beyond throwing around some nasty picture, was also tampering with Babaruga, possibly even putting said picture in there too. This guy's a real piece of work. That only leaves one main developer out of 4 unaffected by this picture, and that's Masaki. But his office is locked.
You're an actual piece of
Enough
shit.
milling
What?
over that for now. The
I'm
next
just gonna-
important location is the last door on the right side of the main hall. Heading down the stairs here leads to a hall with a password entry station. Next to that is a room where we can once again find Artie, who seems to have tried to become Tomo this time. He drops the level 2 keycard after he's done being dramatic, causing multiple glitched Artie clones to spread over the map. This card allows us access to the roof via the door in the back of Onaga's office. On the floor is an angry note from Masaki, presumably addressed to Akarai. He's pissed that Akarai scrapped Artie pretty much immediately on taking over the company, especially when he planned on Artie being the game's mascot. Okay, you know what? I'd be mad too if I were Artie, that is totally fair. For what it's worth, you're still my favorite. But the roof hides something else besides injustice. Warning, it gets dark for a second here, skip to this time to avoid discussion of whatever we're using instead of the actual
Just
word.
close your
nowadays.
eyes, I'll tell you
On the
when
roof
to-
are several
I'll
coins.
tell you when
Obviously
to
we want
open them
those,
again.
but walking around to get them, the camera reveals footsteps leading off the roof. Uh-oh. And next to those footsteps is a note. It's probably from whoever went over the edge. They put up a good fight, but in the end, were forced to see the picture, and so they took matters into their own hands. I really like when visual storytelling does brief, chilling stuff like this. It doesn't tell you more than you need, but it's still so obvious. The roof has a vault key to the left of the unfortunate scene.
Okay.
Don't forget it before you leave and ignore whoever's hating down there. I guarantee you it does work, and do not forget to use it before the chapter ends. We just don't yet because the next key needs a level 3 keycard, and it's just more convenient to go back when we have both. Rather, we head out of this area and proceed towards Akarai's office now, accessible with our new level 2 clearance. It is absolutely trashed in here. Notes written in mysterious liquid,
Why did
a
we-
shattered TV, the ramblings of a
Spence.
madman screeching about faces in his skull. and a copy of the picture itself is on the wall, drawn over with desperation. The contents of the picture are now revealed. Behind all of this is the face of the creature. And it seems like this guy's not anything new either, originating or at least having been around as far back as 1896. Babaruka in Universe began development nearly 100 years after that. What does it want with a Tamagotchi keychain in its development studio? It's unfortunate we can't do anything for Akarai now, but he's left something helpful behind. The password for the station we found before accessing the roof. Before we leave, what else we got in here? Not much left. Perhaps the first dialogue we can reasonably assume is from Creature himself. Never been in one of these before? He's probably talking about having never infested a keychain toy. The note this leaves behind is also interesting. It's from Onaga, so it's nothing good. He's left concept art for Akarai to review, and you know what? I'm betting this is how he got that picture to him. And it looks like he'd already dealt with Nanako at this point. Exiting the room, the outside is looking worse. Now even Creature is getting in on the graffiti game, and oh hi RT, what's this form? You're looking like one of those things from that game I'm too scared to play. He makes a break for the bottom room. But wait, we didn't enter that password Akarai had. Placing the transparent film over the paper in the first aid station reveals the full thing if you need help. This allows access to the dining hall, and guess who's also hungry? All we need in here is a lever, but Artie's milling around in here and will charge very quickly if he sees us. We gotta make it to the kitchen in the bottom right to get a lever. Intermission for more Onaga shenanigans. Entering where we saw Artie go earlier. The only place open in here is a little locker room up top where we learn that the one unaffected developer, Masaki, actually started working on a way to stop the influence of the creature. Are we ready for this? I freaking guess so. Using that lever we got earlier on the machine with the hourglass symbol unlocks the gate, blocking off what is one of the trickier Artie sections of this chapter. At first, the power's on and nothing is a threat to you, but after a while it'll flicker and go out, and that's when Artie's eyes can be seen in the darkness. He'll chase you if you're spotted, and the real kicker here is that you better not go into a room while they can see you, because they'll come right on in after you. But it's not the end of the world. There is a generator around the bottom of the map that you can crank a few times to restore the power and temporarily chase Artie off. This is the only one in this section though. So alternatives to being safe are entering rooms when the power's on, since doing so makes it stay on the whole time you're in there. Just be careful that this does not reset the cooldown outside, or exiting and re-entering the area to restore the power to its intro state, which I found has the longest grace period before it shuts off. To clear this area, we're gonna need several levers to power these machines, which you can see have symbols on the top. The symbols mean that when each machine is activated, it'll activate devices and open gates that share that symbol. No hesitation, off to find the levers. First, we're off to the mail room to the left of the area. There are 4 letters to open for 4 highlighted numbers, forming a code according to how the letters are ordered. The contents aren't useless beyond that, however. They appear to be written by former employees different from the main developers. And one connects to a note we saw earlier. Onaga said before that Nanako had been out for 4 days. This letter says they've been trapped for 4 days. Coincidence? I'm beginning to think these people weren't just trapped in the office, they were trapped in the game itself. What else could the outside mean? And there's more than just this. Tons of the writing seen on the wall suggests a lot of people ended up here, and were likely hunted down by the malevolent scrapped concepts, if all the fearful allusions to eyes in the dark and he's still watching are anything to go by. Ouch. The numbers from these letters translate into shapes on this box in the lower section of the room. For example, the first part of the code is triangle, because letter 1 contained the number 3 and a triangle has 3 sides. Opening the box, we find one of the 2 levers we need. The closest machine is the swirl symbol one, so that's the one we activate with it. It opens multiple gates, and one now allows us into the server room. A lockpick sits at the right end of the room next to a note. Yeah, in my opinion, this confirms it. They were stuck in the game. So why do we need a lockpick? There was a closet in that one room in the intro to this area with the note about Masaki, and it was locked with a simple padlock. We can pick it to access the contents, those being the last lever we need. Great, I've had enough of this. The last machine is to the right of the room with the generator, in a room previously blocked by a swirl symbol gate. It opens up the exit to the area and the door in the lounge. Now get ready. When we exit this room, we gotta just gun it downwards because no matter what, RT will be right behind you. Avoiding the slowing tar puddles, we can make it to the room at the end of the hall where he'll stop pursuing. Another note about Masaki's attachment to RT, but it also mentions a warning thing alongside Mau Mau. Whatever infected the game, likely creature, is probably the one who put them all back. It matches up with the earlier note from Onaga about an unidentified male who told him he could put Mau Mau back after Onaga removed him. And in they all go. Y'all go? Is this thing Southern? Probably refers to either the scrapped concepts or everyone creature was shoving into the
I
game.
love that little
We're
guy.
nearing an
I
end
love that
now. Heading over to the lounge, the gate is open as previously stated. Inside the new room lies the level 3 keycard, but we're still not done with our little metal friend. RT has yet another new form and stalks these cubicles in a burrowing form that can only be seen as a tiny black lump on the ground. This time, he's faster than you. Listen out for the burrowing sounds he makes. Instead of getting that keycard right away, on the far right of the maze is a pair of scissors we need first, since the card is within a tied-up closet on the far left of the maze. Watch out, opening this triggers RT to automatically aggro. Running out the door we came from, we're almost done now. All that would be left to do is exit if we didn't care about the vaults. However, we do care about the vaults. So, the second key is a bit tricky. You need to go to the first floor courtyard, but not the one with the normal exit. Instead, there's a sort of backdoor accessible via the area where RT previously messed with the power. In this area of the courtyard, there is a security room we need to enter to obtain the second key from a chest. Now we can exit through the normal door where we started all of this, to have a nice peaceful walk through the... Never mind. Oh, so you're on a first name basis with RT, but not Mau Mau? Come on, man, show some respect to my boy. Jokes aside, this is probably my favorite boss fight in the game. I thought Mau Mau's was okay, but this one was pretty fun. Maybe because it takes influence from Five Nights at Freddy's, and it was still fun when I had to play it multiple times, cause somehow I managed to get the game stuck in a loop of Chapter 2. Speaks to its quality, but I appreciate the dev helping me out there, because I did still want to play Chapter 3. We start off with a view of a room with 5 entry points. Only see 4? Count the puddle on the ground. That's 5. Nothing's gonna happen though until we turn around to see an arcade machine. We need to play this arcade machine and navigate the maze, collecting 50 coins total to beat it. It's not that simple though. Once you begin playing, you're in danger. Remember how I said entry points earlier? RT can come through any one of those at any time while you're playing. You have to pay very close attention to the noise behind you, and if you hear static or other ominous grinding sounds, turn around immediately. RT will be trying to enter the room through any of the 5 points. He'll use a different form for each. Scare him off quickly with your light, and make sure to aim for the eyes. Your cursor should turn into an eye, and that's how you'll know if you're doing it right, in the case of forms without clearly visible eyes like the claw one. When you're safe, head back to the arcade game, rinse and repeat until you've got all the coins. It's not too hard, but it's also not too easy, especially because the arcade game's noises are cleverly made to distract you from the actual dangerous noises. I developed the strategy of turning around every so often regardless of whether or not I heard something, because I did die once when I genuinely hadn't heard anything from behind me. Once you've gotten those 50 coins, you're not out of the woods just yet. Now there's no game and it's just time to survive. RT will begin attacking faster from all points. Thankfully though, it's not long before he gives up and we finally win Bubby's spy time.
Wait for me.
Just be warned, it's a bit more brutal than the last one. Now that was just unnecessary. And that's all for Chapter 2. As the game crashes once again, it's time to review what we know about the story before we head into the final stretch. It looks like I was wrong about the creators of the studio. Looks more like Kodemu had 4 main developers: Onaga, Akarai, Masaki, and Nanako. Akarai became director, and then they had other employees working in the cubicles within the office area. Even if Onaga wasn't a co-creator, as he seems to answer to Akarai, he could still have more power because he's confirmed to have created most, if not all, of the Bubbies based on drawings by his son, Hikaru. And then that also means he's the one who created that birthday room, and by extension, that prison within it. It remains to be seen who might have been trapped there. Further speaking on Onaga, he wasn't good to work with. Very soon into development, he began to go off the rails. He added things to the game that should never have been there, brought back concepts never meant to be used, And most importantly, he began to spread a picture. He'd likely seen it first. He was likely infected first. It was a picture so terrible, so obscene, yet so captivating that no one could look away. And he spread that picture through the entirety of the development studio. Showed the employees, showed the visitors, showed his leading coworkers, and it drove them insane. The true face of the creature contained within the photo, once seen, latched onto their minds and refused to leave. The creature absorbed and ate them, but also placed the souls of those consumed into the game, trapped forever with no physical form to return to. In the end, no one survived as the relentless fragments of their own scrapped concepts picked them off one by one. Except, there was one. One person left unaffected, Masaki. As he became aware of the spreading insanity, he put a plan into motion to delete the creature, delete his face, stop him from corrupting the game and those around it any further. He prepares a list. Vaults are built with hidden keys out of the creature's view. He hides secret beneficial items and his own key far away. And finally, the floppy disk, the final key to deleting him. But how is this floppy disk going to stop the madness? It looks like we have to head into Chapter 3 to find out. We don't even get a chance to try and pick previous eggs this time. They are pretty much immediately wiped out. That leaves us with one. An egg containing flow. Flow? Yeah, I don't know. Let's just... There we go. Death Grips. Grips minigame involves us growing flowers outside
I looked
a
it
building.
up. Apparently
First,
it's
you have to plant them, then you must be on the lookout for any that are being attacked by pests. Successfully protecting a flower till it reaches maturity will grant coins when you collect it. Then you can plant a new one. Question: what separates Grip here from the flowers he grows? What makes you superior, child? This pretty much goes forever until you exit at the bottom or until you walk up to the church and knock. Enough knocking and we are granted access to this chapter's exploration, starting off in this building. But there's not much in here, only warnings of what's ahead. Warnings and death, and we're already out of the building, entering the dark woods. Right in front of us is a sick dog with flies hovering around it. It's got a strange arrow symbol above it. We can't help it right now, but we also can't proceed due to arrow-like spikes stabbing out of the ground ahead. So what do? We head back to the intro area and find the exit sign, moving past it to a lower forest area. There are gravestones all around and a sign. The text doesn't even fit. It's like the game's almost breaking down at this point. But past the sign, there's some puppy medicine. We can head back and use it on the dog to cure it. I can't have anything, man. So now things have gone wrong. Very wrong. This begins the first segment of Chapter 3, where we must navigate and escape the forest while being pursued by the infected and mutated Bow Wow, one of the game's original predators alongside Mau Mau. But thankfully, at least we have a readable map this time, acquirable behind where we lost Bow Wow. It's got a ton marked on it, and the landmarks here are much easier to discern compared to an office building. My one new issue with it is how curvy it is. In fact, just how curvy all the maps in this chapter are. It makes them kinda hard to follow because the actual layout of the map is not curvy at all. It only uses straight walls. Anyway, while following this map, Bow Wow is always looking for you and moving throughout the forest in an unpredictable manner. And to make matters worse, he only occasionally makes a loud, glitchy barking sound. And if he catches you, it's not instant death this time. You will instead be infected with Warn, which is what he has. It may not turn you into something like him, but this is a death sentence if you let it stay on you long enough. Not just because it slows you down and makes it harder to run from Bow Wow, but because from stage 1 it takes about 5 minutes for it to automatically kill you. Additionally, getting caught again by Bow Wow advances your sickness 1 stage every time it happens, so that's not advisable. To cure the sickness, you need to find the medicine capsule for this map. It never despawns, so if you remember where it is, you can essentially keep going forever. To make some actual progress, we use the map to find the 3 houses marked near the left bottom corner of the forest. The sign in the center tells us to find the arrows and the order, then count. I could not find these stupid arrows, but they are marked in the center of the map. If I were not stupid, we'd have to count the number of arrows pointing in different directions and put them in the order given, which is up, left, down, right. If done correctly, you'd end up with the code for the keypad in the bottommost house. Entering it unlocks house 2, which contains a lockpick and a chest. That's it for this one. We climb down the well just upwards from the houses to use that lockpick on a door in the tunnels. Traversing the tunnels, more notes are left behind, one looking to be from Onaga about his son. Hikaru may have died at a young age, revealing what troubling event was happening in Onaga's life all the way back in Chapter 1. Why he got so difficult to work with, besides the freaky creature in his head. Yet, somehow the creature helped Onaga preserve Hikaru. What that means is yet to be known, but I'd hazard a guess it's similar to what happened to the employees. Let's keep going for now. The door above that note is the one we need to unlock with the pick. Inside, there are two pictures, one put together, the other scrambled. Now, I'm terrible with slide puzzles, but this one was the absolute hardest I've ever done. So watch me as I power through what might be one of the most difficult challenges
3 more
known
levels
to
for
man
you.
with nothing but my genius intellect. Yeah, it may or may not be randomized. Anyway, solving it causes it to fall off the wall and reveal the code to unlock House 1. House 1 contains a pair of bolt cutters and a note from Akarai. He's been hiding out in this forest, apparently hiding from Onaga. He must have been one of the last to fall, or perhaps this is after he'd ended up in the game and he was attempting to avoid dying for real? The house in the center of the map is where to head next, via a teleporter on the floor. Run to the back to open up a second door, and don't stop running because Bow Wow is gonna be hot on your tail until you make it to the basement and grab a gas can. While he gives us a brief break in here, that's not the case as we leave, making a break for the boat at the upper right of the map as the forest degrades into corrupted textures. Diving into the boat just in time, thus ends the first segment of the chapter. But hold on, we missed a bit of information. Let's go back for a second. There are several notes we didn't check. The first is in the final house from Onaga. It details his continued work on Babaruka far after it was abandoned, all under instruction by the creature, and it urges us to continue playing because that is what he wants. To never even turn off the computer. Besides, this is a computer with an email from Onaga as well, directed at Akarai, saying he's found him. If so, I don't imagine he made it much longer than that. We can also find Akarai's fire that he mentioned earlier. Around the left of the map was a house that didn't seem to serve much importance, but next to it is an abandoned, unlit campfire. It has to be this one, or the one marked on the map at the campsite. Or perhaps he used both before hiding in the caverns at the back of the map after running out of safe places outside. It's likely since there is a campfire here too, and a note from Onaga about him. This time it shows more of Onaga's fear of the creature and what could happen if he fails it, saying he doesn't want to end up like Nanako. I guess Nanako was one of the few to refuse to give in to the creature. Besides Akarai's problems, there are signs listing news articles covering the fact that the game was cancelled at this point and that all 4 lead developers were currently missing. Finally, there may not be a vault here to unlock, but there is a secret key we can obtain to access the watchtower marked next to the important houses, and it contains additional lore information. It may seem odd at first, but I think this note being from a ranger indicates Akarai had not ended up in the game at this point and was instead living in a forest away from the offices, stealing rations and supplies. This is most likely more a representation of what he went through, as opposed to actual remnants of his presence in the game. Ending off, the note in the corner of the room confirms that Akarai wasn't seen like Onaga like he thought, but by a park ranger. So now we've got more of the story here figured out. In the forest, Akarai ran to stay away from Onaga, who was now fully under control and influence of the creature. He jumped between hiding places, avoiding both Onaga and the park rangers until eventually being found, likely in the caverns. It's not clear what happened to him after that. Back to the present, we've arrived at some caves. Like before, the path is blocked by arrows before we locate a sick bat nearby. We also need to cure the bat like before, but just like Bow Wow, it's not feeling well for long. The mutated Babu now stalks the caves and will infect us with Warn if we are caught. But unlike Bow Wow, it is not constantly near us. Babu will always be stalking the caves, but he's only a problem if he's in the same room as you. When he is, he'll take a specific specific path through, making loud flapping sounds while doing so. Stay perfectly still and out of his path, and he won't harm you at all. Move at all though, and he'll be right behind you in no time and will not lose aggro until you manage to enter a shelter. If you're not paying attention, he can give you a mild heart attack when he suddenly emerges from a door. If you are though, you'll notice that before he enters a room, a faint musical cue plays.
Not pick up. Super potion.
That is your chance to get to a safe place before he arrives, because if you're in his flight path, he'll touch you even if you're still and get you infected anyway. Thankfully, all worn-infected antagonists immediately despawn after infecting you, so you don't have to worry about getting comboed. After Babu starts his hunt, now that the arrows are gone, we receive a new map for this area. A note nearby states the objective. To escape the caves, we need to clear the river with dynamite that we can find in Nanako's house. The key to that house has been hidden in the cave. First though, marked on the new map is a machine in the bottom right. We are to head there first, where there is an improved map to pick up. It adds to our map the locations of 4 batteries we must pick up in order to power the machine. It also adds the location of this map's medicine, which is extremely useful as far as I found, the last area's map didn't. Before even finding the medicine, I was promptly pursued by Babu after attempting to cure him. He ended up chasing me into a part of the map where there stood a single house. Inside the house was an additional note from Onaga, expanding slightly on his plot to find Akurai. Apparently, he didn't find Akurai in the last cave system, but maybe this one instead. Besides the note, there's also a pickaxe in here. It's not what you'd be advised to grab first, but we're here, so might as well. Conveniently, the map's medicine is right outside, so I can quickly fix the worn infection, but I'm also noticing a campfire down there. I'm wondering if this little house was a tent to go with that, possibly making up Akurai's final hiding spot. So, back to where we're meant to be, finding the batteries and powering the generator will open up the marked gate in front of Nanako's house, where we can get that key we need. Before the batteries, to make sure we can get to all of them right away, we need to go to the upper left of the map to retrieve a transparent film. Now we have everything we need to collect the batteries, so off we go, avoiding Babu all the way. Or not. We should start with the tougher batteries to get. One battery is within the lockers in the room opposite the medicine room. That one is what the transparent film is for because it had the code for the combination lock. The second, more complicated battery is to the left of Nanako's house, behind rocks that we must destroy with the pickaxe. For the last 2 less bothersome batteries, one is stuck to a spiderweb in the figure 8 section of the map, while the one to the right of Nanako's house is behind a coffin you can simply push to the side. With all the batteries in hand, we run back to the machine and turn it on to lift the gate and grant access to Nanako's house. Now, there's not much we need from Nanako's house, but still, she has a lot to say, and we can hear it virtually directly from her. You'll hear an awful crying coming from within the house on arrival, and as it gets louder, there is a note on the wall. Seemingly, while Masaki was trying to get rid of the creature, Akurai's role in the rebels against the creature was trying to fix the people already infected with him, and Creature definitely knew this. Hence why he so viciously sent Onaga after him in the woods. Therefore, Creature definitely hated Akurai alongside Masaki, and once Nanako spoke to him and Creature found out, that was it for Nanako. But unlike the others Creature got to, his anger with Nanako was far more extreme. Akurai, one way or another, died, but Nanako did not get that privilege. Moving to the room above, we can find her here, or at least a representation of how she's doing now. She still lives on, but as a shell of her former self. She is constantly tortured mentally and physically to this day, locked away in a mental institution. It is confirmed a bit later on. Now that we're done witnessing the eternal damnation of a newly turned mad woman, we ought to grab the dynamite and get away from all this. Let me just scooch past you there, and great, thank you. Good luck with all that. Bye. All that's left to do is get rid of the blockage in front of our boat. Oh, and engage in a high-speed chase with a horrible mutated bat. Once that's done, we better hope there's nothing more because I don't think that boat is going anywhere else anytime soon. Thought this segment was short? Yeah, it honestly was. Yet, my gameplay recording for this was still an hour long from all the waiting and running from Babu, so I think the stealth pads it out and makes it feel about the same length as the previous one. I don't dislike the stealth though. It's a nice change of pace from just having a chasing enemy, yet you're still on your toes constantly. As a matter of fact, I just really like that all the enemies in this game behave differently. They could have had them all just wander around and chase you, but they've got little independent quirks. It keeps things feeling fresh. My one critique with not just this segment but the last one and the ones ahead would be the inability to pick up the medicine and take it with you so you're not constantly running back and forth all the time. Maybe it's like that for difficulty's sake, but I imagine you could maybe just allow one at a time and it'd still be fine. We didn't find out too much new story stuff this go round, but there was more chilling stuff about Akurai, and that stuff with Nanako, I don't know if I'm like scared when I play this game, but it does genuinely unsettle me. And it's not often that games do that nowadays. Heading into the last bit before the final stretch now. Welcome to Bubbyville! Here, the notes are getting more personal, speaking directly to us. They are from the creator of these assets. They've been speaking to us through most of Chapter 3, actually, advising us on where the medicine is, where keys are, how to proceed, like needing to use the dynamite. We don't really know who this is yet, though clearly they aren't on Creature's shit list if he's let them control our experience, so you might already have a guess. But, well, let's see if his little sticky notes can help us through this last mess. So the little guy to totally definitely cure for real here is a snowman called Nubby. The thing about him is, he's everywhere. He patrols Bubbyville, chases if he sees you, you see these additional snowmen hanging around? He can take those over, just straight up duplicating himself for multiple points of death at once. Thankfully, the indicator that he's near is fairly easy to hear, and there are a good amount of things to use to hide if he's passing through, plus plenty of buildings to enter to automatically break aggro. He's only really a massive threat during more structured sequences that tend to take place inside. Anyway, our benefactor says that the key to getting out of here is getting a new boat with the keys for it hidden in the church. There aren't a lot of places to go yet, but they can be unlocked. In front of Food Mart is a car blocking the entrance. To investigate inside, first the tire must be replaced, and like any car, it needs car keys. The tire is in the mechanic's parking lot. Inside is a note from Onaga begging Akurai for help with a police case involving Hikaru. He's being accused of hurting him. It sounds like he wants to bribe the police. Speaking of the police, the keys for that car are in the security room of the police department. Notes within the department speak of a hostage situation having taken place at the Food Mart and an injured officer having lost his badge there. Another reason to get inside. Additionally, a bulletin board on the wall follows up on Onaga's note. Looks like the bribe worked. More information on that case is right outside the church, describing discrepancies in the autopsy of the victim. Assumedly Hikaru, who was 8 when he passed. Jeez. As for that hostage situation, more info on it is in the evidence room. The suspect gave Jones a photo and he was sent to the hospital with it? Uh-oh. After we've got the keys, sounds like we oughta head over to the Food Mart to get that car sorted. Inside Food Mart, there is one half of the badge Jones lost. A note nearby mentions the other may be still on his person, at the hospital. There are also a lot of snowmen in here. I don't like that. Yes, see, there was a reason I did not like that. Getting out of here without getting infected is difficult. However, we are going to the hospital. As expected of a hospital, there is medicine here. Maybe it's not usually lying around on the floor, but I'm not picky. Notes here suggest as much as expected when they mentioned the photo was sent here. Screaming nurses running around the halls. In the hospital basement, there is a strange statue. It opens the basement when a crest found behind a desk in the psych ward is put in. Wonder what else is in the basement? To start, a fuse to grab, then a note from a staff member describing Creature's demands for them to send the picture to the doctors and scatter copies in the halls so even the patients see them. Come in for one trauma, leave with another. How about the closets? Oh, no, thanks, I don't want in on that party. One more note is present down here explaining the maintenance key's been left with a Jessie, who works a double shift at the adoption center. Off you go then. Now, the adoption center sucks. Not even a moment before it's overrun with nubbies. Their sight isn't great and there are many hiding spots, but this place is long and each one behaves differently. The maintenance key is in the back in a crib, but if you get caught trying to get it, you're slapped right back to the entrance. No worn grace period this time. At least you're not stuck sick from it, but it means we can't cheese it. Darn. Getting out is harder. I'm not sure the Nubby's movement paths were adjusted to accommodate you going backwards, but you can sort of cheat by getting caught to advance backwards a checkpoint to the exit. The maintenance key unlocks the elevator panel back at the hospital, allowing the fuse to be placed as well. One Among Us task later, and we have access to the second floor. Room 1394, where Jones was cared for, is unlocked and entry reveals a bloody scene where a doctor, under the delirium of Creature, had attempted unauthorized brain surgery on the officer. Removing a black grease from his brain ultimately kills him, and the grease vanishes afterwards. Besides horrifying revelations, there's also a hospital badge in the operating room, and the second half of Jones's badge is found in the morgue, since, you know, with the complete badge it can be returned to the evidence room at the police station, where we can also get the keys to the church and to the holding cells just downwards. In the holding cells is Masaki's key? Right. True ending with no vault in this chapter, yet could have forgotten. To follow up on that, the bubby we're playing as right now owns the flower shop, so he can unlock it with no extra backtracking. The only chapter 3 vault is in here, to access Mibu's area again so we can use Masaki's key. The floppy disk he mentioned is in here, with another normal disk. Notes on the wall detail what he's put on that disk. Some strange console settings for a file he doesn't recognize. Progressing backwards again to Tomo's area, that disc unlocks floor Run. Firstly, it contains an upgrade to our light range, and secondly, it has a giant physical debug console. Inserting the floppy allows the system to scan for a glitchy file that it then allows you to delete. And that is it for the true ending requirements. What did we delete? We'll find out later. In the church, we solved the puzzle on the lectern. You don't need to know how long it took me. I chose to check behind the lectern as well, and is it really a surprise that Hikaru didn't fall down the stairs? I just grabbed the boat keys to leave, escaping several nubbies and Bubbyville in the process. So the boat arrives at a house. Whose house? Oh, nobody's, just Onaga himself, no big deal. There is no boat to find, no key to collect, no further we can go in this game. Yet he's awfully casual about it, for most of this anyway, back off. Before we really get into this final area, I want to mention the music. It's a bit grating, yes, and it's not all that complex, but I think it might be the best track in the game. And why? I can't explain it, but it just gives you this feeling of something really bad happened here. This place is condemned. That sort of feeling like you absolutely should not be here.
Alright,
it fits
final
perfectly
two.
with just how chilling Onaga's final actions were, and what we will find out happened in this house. So starting off in here, in this room is an interesting note. It reveals that the little pictures of bubbies, both rejected and used, were created by Onaga's son. If we look back at the last 3 enemies we've dealt with, Bow Wow, Bubble, and Nubby, they are all rejected concepts whose pictures you can find lying around in the earlier chapters. Sounds like Creature really just took everything he could get for firepower, I guess. Additionally, in this room begins Onaga's confession. This will be continuous. Throughout his house, Onaga tells us everything from start to end, almost as if to explain, just to apologize for it all. Sort of like a villain explaining their plan, but more tragic in a way. To start, he mentions that he first saw the creature in 1995 when its photo fell out of a game development book at the library. But there's not many other places to go that aren't blocked off by warn arrows. In a room nearby, the final infected critter, Prubble, can be found. Beside him is a note where Creature speaks instead of Onaga, demanding that we go to the basement. Final objective noted, thank you. As predicted, curing Prubble goes terribly. He might be the least worst of the enemies, though. He isn't a constant presence in the house, unlike even Babu. His chases are pretty random but somewhat infrequent, and there's no way to avoid provoking him, but outside them he is not active, so there is no need to worry about constantly avoiding him. His first chase is right after you cure him. After getting got, I just wandered into Onaga and Anita's room, where I found out that Creature had wanted Onaga to wait to show him to his wife, but he didn't, because the woman was threatening to take Hikaru and divorce him. So he essentially brain melted her in response. Very mature. The Afflicted's room is to the left of this one. Nothing from Anita herself in here, but there's an incredibly apathetic note from Onaga about how he feels about his wife dying. He even goes so far as to act like he's jealous. In Anita's bathroom is a mural piece, accompanied by Logan Paul's favorite thing to film. Let's not dwell on that. Unfortunately, after grabbing the mural piece, heading outside prompts Prubble to dash up the stairs, so off we go to get lost again. My chosen place to get lost in ends up being a playroom. And hoo boy, as if this guy couldn't sound like a worse dad. Besides that, there's a crank on the floor, and a picture on the wall where the mural piece fits in. In the next room, a decidedly more horrifying item in the form of Mibu's corpse this time. Gotta collect them all. Ever so conveniently, I've been infected this whole time, so when Prubble chases me on leaving the room, I don't last through another hit. At least you all get to see the death
Pokemon and
animation, I
Pokedex in
guess.
a time of 83 hours and 51 minutes.
After dying, I go back to the basement, and it is here we can use the crank to get into the basement, right where the beast wants us. 2 plates stand in the way. On each, the corpse of the pictured Bubby must be placed. Onaga also has some thoughts about them. It's nice to hear that he understands Masaki's feelings after, you know, he got him killed. Sarcasm. Forget this noise, I'm jumping down the evil hole. Oh, wait, right, boss fights. Who haven't we fought yet? Well, turns out Warren is a standalone entity when he wants to be. God, imagine if the flu could physically hunt you down and that's how people caught it. It's nice of Creature not to keep me too long, but maybe I wish he did, because this boss is a point-and-click game, and I have never been a fan or good at those. But nothing I can do except step forward into the... Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. In this section, we're essentially going through Onaga's house again. This time, though, in first person. Ultimately, we have to gain access to areas gradually until we are able to access Hikaru's room as Onaga directs, all while learning the last bits of the Yamazaki family's story, and being hunted down by Warren. Hilariously, despite being a giant eye, he can't see shit. But he is very sensitive to light. Warren is not always present. However, if he is, he'll flash on the screen and you'll be told to hide. Arrows will gradually rise from the floor of the house until you can find a hiding spot. Wait too long and he'll find you. But be careful about the hiding spot you pick, as each has a differing mechanic. I generally went for closets as they were the simplest. You just have to keep your light behind the clothes as he moves them. I'm not sure about the cabinet spots, but I know the curtains had you going to the opposite side of him, or at least I guessed that was the case, but I died anyway. If you genuinely can't figure the mechanic out, or you don't care to bother, you can also turn your light off with Q. But don't keep it off too long, as eyes will fade into existence on screen and eventually kill you. If you feel like doing neither of these strategies, there is a camera in Onaga's room you can use to flashbang him once for each battery you find. You get 1 for free.
Yep, there we go.
So with that in mind,
that.
we do have a map to
There's that
follow,
scene.
and it highlights our current room, thank God. Okay, so I'm gonna be a bit of a speed demon with this.
Interesting.
First, we need the key behind the picture in the left hallway. That's for the bathroom where we turn on the hot water to reveal a code on the mirror. Generally, Warren spawns around now, so be aware of that. The code is for a drawer on the 2nd floor, which contains the key to the playroom. Under the kitchen sink, there is also a screwdriver. Lastly, we can enter the playroom to unscrew the Jack-in-the-Box's crank, taking that to use on the gate of the basement. In there, unscrewing the vent leads to another bathroom containing the final key to Hikaru's room. Finally, in his room, we interact with what I believe to be baby Hikaru himself to trigger a final chase with Warren, where you have a tight time limit to navigate out of the room, back to the vents, through the halls, and out the front door. I must say, while I never played Clock Tower, this reminds me a lot of it. It's very faithful to the style of puzzle navigation games like that used back in the day. I just wish I was clever enough to understand it without a walkthrough. So finally, we are out of Bubby Garden time. Except we know we didn't win. We know we didn't win. You know what? You have to go play the game to see that. I don't like this one. Now there's nothing else. What more is there? All my pets are dead. Every enemy has been fought. What left? What more indeed? Starting the game again is different. It does not matter who you pick. He's been waiting a long time, but we're finally right where Creature wants us. He just needs us to walk a little further, but we don't have anyone left to control to get there, except one bubby we were never even supposed to use. That's right, as we move closer to Creature, we control Artie, the scrapped bubby and our former enemy. And as Artie makes the trek, Creature speaks to us, explains what he's after, apologizes for the trouble. And what does he say? Onaga, apparently still alive after all this time, has been adding to the game for years. Creature seems to have let him do so as long as he fulfilled his role in the plan, as he slowly got rid of his coworkers and former friends. But now you're here. You're real. You're alive.
Pizza just arrived.
And I have something I've waited a long time to show you.
Hungry Howie's
is the
here
deepest
to
you
remind
can
you
go.
guys that October
I'll be
is
waiting.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month with their pink boxes.
One more thing lies between you and I. Onaga has waited a long time to meet his successor. He is the last creature in the game, the only thing stopping us from meeting. You are so close! Don't fail them. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. I can't wait to see you.
Right, so before anything else, let's get our fossil.
So, freaking hold on. That is Onaga. You could have had any ultimate form and you chose to give up your arms to become a dentist's worst nightmare. Dude, I think this guy was messed up even before the Eldritch Beast got to him. Alright, enough making fun of Onaga. Time for the final boss! Yes, it has a final boss. And the start is pretty cool. We are sent back through each boss fight in the game, always with the goal of finding a knife and giving Mr. Pearly Whites the old 1-2. I cannot be
There's
serious.
only
First, Mau Mau's Maze.
10
Then
Pokemon
Artie's
here, like I
Arcade.
said.
The alliteration is convenient but unintentional. It behaves sort of how it used to. Ironically, with Artie now as the player, but it still ends in a good, finally, Warren's house. Onaga might be able to check hiding spots too, but still, I am armed and dangerous. Onaga eventually gets sick of my arm jokes and grows a few in response. I make light of this, but it's my way of coping with this final part. Onaga is done screwing around and is actually initiating the one true boss fight in the game. But let me just show you the video I have of this. Take a look at the runtime. This took me nearly an hour, and let's go over why. Now to preface Onaga's fight, would I do it again? Hell no. Would I beat it damageless? No. It's not a bad fight, but there are places I feel it could be improved, namely in the telegraphing department.
There we go.
During the fight, there isn't a lot of direct attacking going on. You get a break period between attacks while the guy just does his little dance, and you can use this opportunity to grab hearts that occasionally spawn. You only get 5 hits, so do not miss those. But when Onaga does attack, he has 8 entire attacks he can choose. Let me review each one. 1. Static Ball Volley. This is one of 2 attacks you can use to damage him. Balls will rapidly fire from the left and right edges of the screen. Moving up and down is the best move to dodge it, but to do damage to Onaga, you must attack at the right time to reflect balls back at him. Don't try for too many at once, sometimes they are genuinely too fast to properly time an attack to, and the weapon swinging feels a bit slow and flimsy, so visually it's a bit hard to figure out the right rhythm at first. Attack 2, Static Ball Rain. This is the same, but it's from the top. Best strat is to stay on the bottom and reflect when able. Attack 3, Rings. I hate rings, man. The way this is supposed to work is as you move, you spawn rings that eventually cut loose and come at you, flaring out before vanishing. The thing is, there's no clear visual indicator when the attack begins, So often I'd be waiting for Onaga to do something after a break period before being blasted with a ring because I didn't realize he was doing that attack and they were spawning under me the whole time I was sitting there. I eventually just started moving all the time during breaks.
On my way
Attack
through,
4,
I took the
Static
claw fossil.
Cannon.
I didn't.
hate
I
this
know
one
if I
too.
didn't say
Onaga
what I
follows
took,
you
you know,
around
last.
for a bit
Actually,
and
now
then
that I think
releases
about
a
it,
big
everyone
stack burst.
everyone
It's
asks
fine
anyway. Comments are
initially,
good for the
but when you
YouTube
damaged him enough and
Comments
he's
are good
in
for the
phase
YouTube
2,
algorithm.
the range is larger and he is faster. At that point, it is pretty difficult to get out of the massive range he gets, and I almost always got hit even while sprinting. Oh, a quick mention of the sprint. Not gonna lie, it feels like there is no point to walking. I'm pretty sure every attack moves faster than your walk speed, so my pinky finger was damn sore after an hour of holding it. Attack 5 is Spider Legs. Now this one is weird. Initially, I thought this was near impossible to dodge, but as it turns out, there is a pattern here. If you just move in an upright pattern, you'll be fine. However, something the game does not tell you is you can attack these legs to deal massive damage to Onaga. It is way more efficient than reflecting balls, and you can pretty much wipe him in like 3 rounds of this. You just have to be careful not to take too much damage from them while you do so. Do not try it if you're not confident. Attack 6, Mau Mau. He just chases you around. He's a bit unpredictable, so it's best to just try and get a lot of distance and not turn much. Eventually he leaves through the bottom. Attack 7, Artie. I got confused on this because generally you're supposed to avoid the attacks in boss fights, but then I was getting hit all the time and I was getting upset. Well, it turns out you actually have to go and chase him until you scare him off with your light. It can be tricky because he keeps teleporting. Yeah, get out of here. And lastly, Attack 8, Worn Puddles. I did not have that much trouble with these. It's just a couple of obstacles that persist into future attacks before going away. Hitting them infects you and slows you down, and then eventually damages you. That's it for attacks. He has a phase 2 as I mentioned before, but it just makes the place a bit dark and buffs up every attack's effects. And how do you beat him? Simple, knock off all his legs. He will lose pairs as he takes damage, so that's 4 cycles you gotta do. Though if you're good, you can get several of them off at once. And thusly, the final obstacle is defeated. That's 4, well, like hundreds of people, dude. Have fun at the Has-Been Hotel or whatever. Now, let us gloat. Hey, nuh-uh, stay down. Oh, hello. I swear it was self-defense.
You did it! You are a very obedient one. I appreciate your cooperation. Have you pieced it together yet? Who made this game and why? It doesn't matter anyway. Now you're here with me. Look at me. Look at my face. My real face. Don't be scared. We were scared too. We will look together. We will look together. We cannot forget this. Welcome home.
But wait! It's Tomo! He blocks the creature's face and whips us off to outside the boss. Creature is understandably pissed and charges after us. And the game starts doing some window shenanigans, of which I didn't manage to capture entirely, but I did my best. He starts pulling out all the stops and using every attack he has to block the path. And when he gets real desperate, if you take too long to leave a room, he sends the actual shed skin of Onaga after you. Ew! But his barrage of insults and scary hands is not enough. Until it is enough.
Okay, a little bit less grimy.
Now, properly pissed, Creature addresses us once again, and he is not being nearly as gentle as before.
from the start. Alone, sad, and weak. When you are alone, you are nothing.
But we're not! Guess who I've got on my side? 3 tiny squishy cute things. That'll stop you. Wait, and someone else. Someone Creature isn't taking seriously. Not yet. The two of them get into an argument. Creature attempts to talk over them while they take out everything on him, enacting the murder methods of all 3 bubbies on the grinning face. Does it work? No. He puts himself right back together and gets back to his grand, real face reveal. Unfortunately for him, guess what was on that floppy from earlier? Data must be stored somewhere. We deleted his real face. Now he's feeling just a little bit less mighty, isn't he? Oh yeah, he's pissed. And thus he hastily tries to rebuild his face, shutting us out while he gets dressed. Collect the knife as the voice suggests. We can't let him show his true face. The voice begs us not to screw it up. The spider legs of Onaga grab us from behind to show what Creature's rebuilt. And it sure is something. It's not his true face, though. He tries to summon that from inside, but a good knife to the chest puts a stop to that. And Creature, along with his face, is destroyed by the fabric of the game itself. And that's it! Jeez, that was a lot. But everyone is happy now. Everywhere in the game is now free of Creature, and the revived bubbies clean it up, fix what they can, and get some relaxation after going through hell. Good for them. This is adorable to watch. And at the end of it all, our friend invites us to come back anytime. Thank you, I will. After a nap. But to cut the feel-good for just a second, what happens in the bad ending? Well, it's about the same up until Creature moves to show his face. Since we didn't delete it, there would be nothing to stop this if the voice didn't step in. Interrupting Creature, they take us away as long as they can and encourage us to restart and to look a little deeper this time. They are determined not to let that beast take away their last chance at freedom like he took their family. Wait a minute. Is that? Maybe it isn't my secret to tell. I'll let him hold on to it for now. With the bad ending spoken on, that's actually it for Babaruka this time. And so, with that comes one more segment I feel I gotta do. Finally, after everything, here is my final recap of the entirety of Babaruka's story. It's probably not entirely accurate, but that's the thing about games like this. It's meant to make you think and theorize. Heck, FNAF did this, and it started a whole genre on YouTube. Okay, I'll stop yapping about that and start yapping about virtual pets and murder! Babaruka was going to be a keychain game similar to Tamagotchis. It was being developed by Kodimu, a development studio started by 2 men, who I believe were Onaga Yamazaki and Akarai Okamoto. Development started off well, with the ambitious developers adding a lot of interesting concepts, getting the public excited. Maybe too many concepts. Presumably with the intention of changing direction to a more structured one, the current director, Masaki, leaves the studio in Akarai's hands, stepping down to become a programmer instead. Akarai began with big changes. The first of those changes was scrapping the game's slated mascot, Artie, due to his glitchiness. This enraged Masaki, creating a wedge between the lead developers. Elsewhere, Onaga visits a library to research and potentially bring back to the studio a few books on game development. When he picks one up, a Polaroid falls out from between the pages. On seeing it, the course of his life is irreversibly altered, as the picture contained the true face of an entity known only as Creature. It immediately took hold of his mind, and its roots began to grow as he returned to the studio in the form of a ticking time bomb. The Creature compels him to integrate it into Babaruka, and he does so. As Akurai's reign as director continued, more of the game became subject to scrapping. Predators had been introduced one by one, first Mau Mau, then later Bow Wow, but Bow Wow was soon after removed to save space. For a while, Mau Mau stayed as the only hunter of the pets, until he too ended up on the chopping block because Akurai thought he and the concept of predators overall were too violent, and thusly, the concept of Bubby Death was entirely removed. That is, until it wasn't. The file size begins to increase randomly overnight, and Masaki notices the front door mysteriously unlocked at the start of most shifts, meaning someone has been sneaking in or staying late to add more, and suddenly more developers begin to notice the scrapped data returning. Mau Mau begins randomly appearing, attacking and crashing the game. Artie, scrapped ages before him, somehow manages a comeback as well. Similarly, his appearance crashes the game. Alongside the two is Warn, known then just as a warning sign for Bubby's sickness, which was supposed to be removed alongside Death. Between the three of them, the game is nearly unplayable, plagued by glitches. Strange pictures begin to appear all over the office, both in the spaces of lead developers and hired cubicle developers. Staring at the true face of the Creature begins to drive everyone in the studio mad. They lose their minds to insanity, and some don't even make it to death before being pulled into the game by Creature, where they turn against one another, vandalizing the in-game spaces, stealing what little food there is, as one by one they are picked off by the concepts they once tried to remove. Back with Onaga, the Creature begins to take more and more hold over his mind, rewarding him for obedience with his greatest pleasures, but gradually causing him to become more and more reclusive and irritable, even towards his own family. He begins to torment his wife Anita. He harshly beats and tortures his son Hikaru. Creature insists he wait to show his wife the picture though. He tries to obey, but can't for long as Anita begins threatening divorce for how he's been treating Hikaru. He shows her the picture. With Anita now unable to support the boy, Onaga's unchecked violence goes so far that he ends up taking Hikaru's life. In a torturous moment of clarity, he realizes what he's done, falling into deep grief. Onaga says Hikaru fell down the stairs. The police launch an investigation, not believing his story. Desperate, Onaga pleads with Akurai for help. He doesn't have the funds to deal with this. Suddenly, the police cease the investigations. After all, Kudimu is the #1 financial supporter of the local police. Why would they sabotage their #1 son? Onaga is beside himself with grief. Even despite Creature's influence, he's near unable to work on the game. That is, until Creature makes a proposal. In return for Onaga's obedience, he will preserve Hikaru in some manner. It's back on. But what of the others still suffering? Anita, now nearly mentally gone, travels to the food mart and takes 7 people hostage, forcing them to see the picture with threat of violent force. When the police arrive, one of them ends up seeing it too, instantly suffering from its effects. He's rushed to the hospital in critical condition, but of course, when he arrives, so does the picture. One staff, Jackson, is patient 0. He carries out showing and sending the picture to the rest of staff and doctors. One such doctor, Dr. Samuels, admits Officer Jones into brain surgery in no sound mind, thinking perhaps if he can take it out of Jones's head, he can get it out of his own. He doesn't even sedate the man. He cuts his scalp open as he screams, and he finds black grease physically growing in the man's brain. He removes it with his bare hands. Officer Jones flatlines at 2:48 a.m. The grease is nowhere to be found on the pieces. Back at the office, amidst the chaos, there is one main developer left unaffected by the creature thus far, barely escaping its grasp. Nanako is undergoing the early stages of the infection, having seen the creature after Onaga hung the first round of pictures around the office. Akarai is resisting, but has little time left before disobedience causes death. But Masaki hasn't seen it yet. He'd never even noticed the photos. Gradually, he realizes what's happening as the office devolves into chaos. Onaga won't let anyone leave, breaks the landlines, and takes everyone's phones. Masaki finally finds a strange file extension in the game that does not appear in the folders, only the console. He suspects that it might be the cause of all the problems, and despite their differences, takes it to Akarai on a disc. They work separately on different tasks with one goal: stop the mystery entity and free those trapped. Akarai sends out an executive notice to destroy all copies of Babaruka and to cease production on any related media. Masaki makes progress in sabotaging the creature's plans. Once aware of what he is facing, he puts a plan into motion to delete the creature, delete its face, and stop him from corrupting the game and those around it any further. He prepares a list. Vaults are built with hidden keys out of the creature's view. He hides secret beneficial items and his own key far away. And finally, the floppy disk that contains the mysterious file, aka Creature's true face as represented by Data. The reason he can control the game in the first place, and how he could spread his influence were anyone to play it. Masaki successfully exiles Creature into the deepest parts of the game, with plenty of preventative measures and guides in place, so if anyone ever finds the game, they may carry out the plan to remove him from it forever. But as Akarai was already infected, it was only a matter of time before Creature didn't want to play games anymore. With the last bits of clarity Akarai has, he flees to the woods. In a desperate bid, he attempts to convince Onaga to stop listening to the creature, that there could be a way to fix everyone, that they could work together. Unfortunately, it's fruitless. So only one remains, who is soon rewarded for his obedience. He watched over the game, watched over the creature, until someone had to go and mess it all up. Yeah, it was me, baby! I sure do love causing problems. I'm the only one allowed to be a creature around here, buddy. Learn your place. Well, that was Babaruka. And it was also the longest video I think I've ever made. God, what did this take me? Like a month? And I'm totally late for my anniversary. I've never covered a game this narrative heavy. I'm worried it kinda turned out more like a walkthrough than a review, but even if it did, I hope you still enjoyed it. I think this game has ended up as one of my favorite horror games, which is great because as a post-game I haven't even touched on. If you got the true ending, you get access to a ton of extra content and can help the bubbies clean up old areas, rehabilitate previous enemies, and banish the last remnants of Creature from the game for good. I've been playing it casually in my spare time just because it's fun and I want to see my little guys happy. Not Warren though. Warren is in gay baby jail. I highly recommend trying this DLC sometime. You get to actually beat up the monsters now, and it's free. Overall, even if the game did break a lot on me because of my YouTuber strategy of playing it in bits at a time, the save system absolutely hates me. I'm not judging it based on that, especially because the whole time the dev was very helpful and responsive to my issues, with patches for big things coming almost right away after I sent a message. Babaruka sticks out in a genre that nowadays has similar stories over and over again. It's a shame it didn't get a lot of time in the sun, so if you made it to the end, and you're here right now, why not help fix that? It's just $5. Go on. Look at my true face and tell me no.
Alright, perfect ending spot. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 6, 7, 8, 9, and then your turn. Okay. Whew. Alright. 4 out of 10. We're ending off 4 out of 10 with 4 out of 10 is with 4 out of 10 in it's 4 out of 10 in pre-batch 4 in pre-batch 4 and pre-batch 5 as a result. And 131 in total. We will continue this challenge on Friday. Toodles!